Good morning. Welcome to the Joint Audit Committee and City Council meeting for April 22nd, 2026. I'm Elliot Payne, and I'm the chair of the Audit Committee and president of City Council. I want to offer a friendly reminder to all members, staff, and the public that these meetings are broadcast live to enable greater public participation. These broadcasts include real-time captioning as a further method to increase the accessibility of our proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so that our captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. At this time, I'm going to call to order this joint meeting of the City Council and the Audit Committee. I will start this meeting by ensuring we have a quorum of the Audit Committee, adopting our agenda, after which I will do the same for City Council. The clerk will now call the roll to verify we have a quorum of Audit Committee members.
Committee member Chugtai is absent. Engelhardt.
Here.
Hosbein.
Present.
Omar is absent. Williams.
Present.
Vice Chair Singleton.
Present.
Chair Payne.
Present.
There are 5 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of the Audit Committee. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. I'll ask for a motion from a member of the Audit Committee to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Member Engelhardt.
Present.
Hosbein.
Present.
Aye.
Aye.
There you go.
Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Singleton.
Aye.
Chair Payne.
Aye.
There are 5 ayes.
That carries and the agenda is adopted. The clerk will now call the roll to verify we have a quorum of the City Council.
Mr. President, we might need to pause for one moment. It looks like we've got a captioning issue. Hold on one second.
One moment. The clerk will now call the roll to verify we have a quorum of the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I call the roll, I'll just note the captioning did not get to the beginning of the meeting, but I will just summarize very quickly that the Audit Committee did convene its meeting and we have a quorum present. So I will now call the roll to verify a quorum of the City Council. Councilmember Whiting is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Stevenson.
Present.
Rainville.
Present.
Vita is absent. Palmisano.
Present.
Chavez.
Present.
Warren is absent. Schaefer.
Present.
Wansley.
Present.
Chogtai is absent. Vice President Osman is absent. President Payne.
Present.
There are 8 members present.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. I will ask for a motion from a member of the City Council to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Rainville.
Aye.
Palmisano.
Aye.
Chavez.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Wansley.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes.
That carries and the agenda is adopted. Members of the Audit Committee, we have one item before us today. Before we take that item on, I want to make a motion to refer the workforce optimization study from Monday's meeting to the City Council for further study. Can I get a second to that motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and that item will be forwarded to the City Council. For our item today, this is a presentation of a report on the after-action reviews assessing the city's handling of the shooting of Davis Moturi and the death of Allison Lussier. Robert Timmerman, the city auditor, will join us to give that report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Payne. Good morning, Audit Committee, and good morning, City Council. My name is Robert Timmerman, and I have the honor of being the city's city auditor. It's a responsibility that I do not take lightly. Today, we will be presenting the results of 2 after-action reviews related to the death of Allison Lussier and the shooting of Davis Moturi. First, I want to explain a little about my office. The Office of City Auditor is a logical place to perform this review, since it is the only function across the city enterprise that was established by voters to be structurally independent of both the administration and City Council. The Office of City Auditor is in fact structurally independent, as it reports neither to the Council or the administration, but to you, the Audit Committee, which is required to have a majority comprised of Minneapolis community members. The Office of City Auditor has jurisdiction over City Council and over each board, commission, committee, department, officer, employee, and other agency who must cooperate with any audit or inquiry and furnish any information that the auditor requests. It is the duty and obligation of my audit office to conduct examinations of city operations to improve the management of city policies, functions, and programs. The Office of City Auditor's mission is to strengthen public trust in city government by delivering independent, objective, and risk-informed oversight, assurance, and advisory services. We safeguard public resources by identifying risks, promoting accountability, ensuring compliance, and supporting effective and transparent city operations. We follow strict generally accepted auditing standards, including the U.S. Government Accountability Office's Government Auditing Standards and the Institute of Internal Auditors Global Internal Audit Standards. More information about our office can be found through the URL on the bottom of this slide. On June 1st, 2025, the Office of City Auditor formally engaged Hogan Adams, PLLC, through contract to conduct an after-action review of 2 case files that the Minneapolis Police Department investigated between July 2022 and October 2024. Both cases involved extensive interactions between MPD and the alleged victims, an escalating pattern of criminal conduct perpetuated against the victims, and multiple police reports. As identified in the Office of City Auditor's request for proposal and contract with Hogan Adams, the primary purpose of these two after-action reviews was to collect sufficient and detailed data as to allow for departmental and city leadership level analysis and subsequent adjustments to training, policies and procedures, or processes. The scope of this review included compiling and reviewing information related to each case, interviewing stakeholders, analyzing the facts, policies, and laws applicable to each case, identifying positive practices, and areas for learning and improvement, including any instances in which a city department did not comply with established policy or law. And we developed recommendations to improve the city's response to similar incidents in the future. The scope of this review did not determine whether individual city employees violated policy or otherwise did wrongdoing. Further, this review was not a criminal investigation, and no recommendations are made in this report that should be construed as an opinion for consideration in favor or against criminal prosecution. I will briefly transition the presentation to Vanya Hogan, a principal attorney at Hogan Adams, who will discuss the methodology that we use to perform these two after-action reviews.
Welcome. And I'll also note that we've been joined by Councilmember Vitaw.
Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Chairman Payne, Audit Committee members, and members of the City Council. As Robert said, I'm Vanya Hogan, and I was the lead attorney at Hogan Adams, working on these after-action reviews and preparing the report on the reviews. Two associates in my firm, Samantha Hermson-Sanchez and Ellen Courier, worked on these reviews along with me and our paralegal, Diana Hand. We worked very closely with the Office of the City Auditor, conducting most interviews together and meeting regularly to discuss progress on the reviews. As part of our review, the Office of the City Auditor requested, received, and forwarded the following information regarding both the Moturi and Lussier cases to Hogan Adams for review. MPD Police Information Management System reports, or police reports, MPD phone logs and relevant email correspondence, Minneapolis Emergency Communications Center computer-aided dispatch reports, and 911 call audio recordings. The audit team made MPD body-worn camera footage available to us to view, and in addition, we compiled publicly available court documents and news articles related to these case files. In all, we reviewed approximately 49,000 pages of documents and reviewed more than 25 hours of body-worn camera and other video footage. The Office of City Auditor team members also reviewed and summarized an additional 50-plus hours of body-worn camera footage. We conducted many interviews as part of this review process. Hogan Adams and the auditor team interviewed MPD Chief Brian O'Hara twice and Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty once in connection with both cases. We conducted interviews with 10 other people in connection to the Moturi case, including Davis Moturi, an assistant Minneapolis city attorney, and MPD officers who were involved in responding to and investigating police reports involving the Moturis. We also contacted current and former neighbors of the Moturis and were able to interview one of them. We interviewed 22 people in connection to the Lussier case, including relatives of Allison Lussier, an assistant Minneapolis city attorney, an American Indian community specialist with the city, a Cornerstone victim advocate, employees of the Hennepin County Domestic Abuse Service Center, and MPD officers and staff who were involved in responding to and investigating police reports involving Ms. Lussier and Ms. Lussier's death. In both cases, we conducted multiple interviews with some of the subject. We did face a few limitations, such as early resistance from several MPD officers who requested the involvement of the Police Officers Federation of Minneapolis. This disrupted the anticipated timeline of the after-action review process, but ultimately the Office of City Auditor was able to resolve concerns and coordinate interviews with most of the MPD officers we wished to interview. There were 4 officers that we had hoped to interview who we were not able to interview, either because they had left the department or were on extended leaves of absence. Another issue that limited our after-action reviews is that the Office of City Auditor does not have authority to directly access Hennepin County records related to these cases, such as the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's report on Allison Lussier's death. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office did voluntarily share some records with us, and we were able to obtain other county documents that were held in MPD's possession. With that, I'll turn it back over to Robert.
Before you begin, I'll note we've been joined by Councilmember Warren.
All right, Chair Payne, thank you. I'm briefly going to run through the executive summary that's in the report, and I'd just like to mention that the report is set up in a manner where it has an executive summary that provides some very general high-level bullet points of the findings related with this after-action review, then the lengthy report of the after-action reviews broken out by Mr. Moturi's case and then Ms. Lussier's case. We have some appendices within the report that go into timelines and further identify the findings and the recommendations. And then MPD's response to the findings and the recommendations is also at the back of the report. So what I'm going to cover right now is the executive summary, a high-level overview, but just know that we are going to then step into the details of each case and the details of each finding and recommendation. One of the overarching themes that we identified was MPD's response capacity was limited during the time of both of these cases. Delayed response times occurred due to staffing shortages, heavy call loads, shift change gaps, and other strategic issues as understaffing and resources lead to. In the Moturi case, those led to slower responses, and that reduced the opportunity to intervene as the threats from Mr. Sawchuk escalated. In the Lussier case, delays compounded an already strained domestic abuse investigation. A second theme we identified was more localized to responding officers' ability to provide accurate policy and legal information to victims. We observed that some officers demonstrated inconsistent understanding of critical legal and procedural tools, such as the distinction between harassment restraining orders and orders for protection, warrant execution limits, and the 72-hour rule, which we cover in much more detail in the report itself. We also provided an analysis of other procedural and legal distinctions in Appendix 3 of the report. These differences in understanding may have influenced arrest decisions, case escalation, and the accuracy of information provided to victims. Additionally, on the Lussier case, differing views on crime lab involvement highlighted a need for more consistent protocols. Another theme we identified was related to MPD's case documentation, evidence gathering, and case continuity. Reporting practices varied widely, including incomplete witness statements, missing victim forms, inconsistent injury documentation, and the inconsistent use of police report workflow flags for bias, weapons, or repeat conduct. In the Moturi case, documentation of officer follow-up was inconsistent, reducing situational awareness across shifts, and in the Lussier case, incomplete early documentation weakened later investigations. Next, internal and interagency lapses in communication developed into a theme as our work progressed. Information did not consistently reach officers or investigators across units or shifts, which resulted in missed opportunities for case escalation. For example, in the Moturi case, a gun threat report was not escalated before he was shot on a later date. We learned from both MPD's chief of police and the Hennepin County attorney that the two had not communicated for many months. We also had learned that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has attempted in a few instances to reestablish working relationships with MPD. Top-level disconnects like this influence expectations, coordination, and operational alignment. Strained relationships at senior levels create a ripple effect through the organization. I am pleased to share that both Chief O'Hara and County Attorney Moriarty have agreed to a regular cadence of meetings going forward to discuss complex and sensitive cases, such as those involving multiple calls for service that tend to lead to difficult resolution. Another theme we identified that, frankly, had predominant influences on both cases was messaging from MPD leadership that was either inaccurate or lacked sufficient vetting to ensure that the information being communicated aligned with the intent of the messaging. Although we did not find any ill will to these misstatements, they unfortunately played into long-standing distrust among communities disproportionately affected by violence. Finally, we identified a theme of some strong contributions and efforts made by individuals within the police department. Officers often demonstrated strong situational awareness, de-escalation techniques, victim safety focus, and a desire to facilitate advocacy connections. Many officers showed initiative through return visits, directed patrols, and efforts to improve victim safety. Others communicated empathetically and professionally with victims and families during calls, which demonstrated practices that build confidence and trust. Several officers applied standards accurately and communicated them clearly to victims under challenging circumstances. As you will see in MPD's response to our findings and recommendations, corrective actions were implemented across many of the areas of concern while these reviews were still underway. At this time, I'm going to transition into more specific case details related to the shooting of Davis Moturi and associated calls between Moturi and Sawcheck to 911 and the police. This escalating harassment from John Sawcheck was reported regularly. I do want to, at this time, just warn the folks that are listening that there is sensitive information in both the Moturi case and the Lussier case that we will be describing. This is a timeline of select events in the Moturi case, including the first 911 call, which was on October 11th, 2023, and subsequent calls to 911 before MPD submitted felony charges at the beginning of April 2024. Shortly after, on April 8th, 2024, Mr. Moturi obtained a harassment restraining order against Mr. Sawcheck, the same date as a call alerting officers to a fight in progress between the two men. During the summer into the fall of 2024, there were more calls to 911, including 4 reports of a knife, one of which on July 2nd, 2024, led to Mr. Sawcheck being charged by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office with a felony on July 10th, 2024. It's important to note that MPD, through individual officer initiative and through a localized community response team, regularly drove by Mr. Sawcheck's property or parked their squads in the vicinity, monitoring efforts taken with hopes of making an arrest outside of the home of an otherwise recluse individual with known mental health concerns. On October 23rd, 2024, Mr. Moturi was shot. We learned that SWAT immediately began 24-hour monitoring of Mr. Sawcheck's home, and on October 27th, 2024, the physical SWAT operation began to effectuate Mr. Sawcheck's arrest, which occurred in the early morning hours of October 28th. This around-the-clock monitoring of Mr. Sawcheck's home was not shared with the public at the time. In all, the Moturis made 38 calls to 911 between October 23 and October 24. These calls were to report alleged ongoing harassment from Mr. Sawchuk. They led to gross misdemeanor and felony charges and 2 additional warrants for Mr. Sawchuk's arrest. MPD repeatedly told Mr. Moturi that officers were unable to arrest Mr. Sawchuk because he always retreated inside his house when they responded to calls or drove by the area. Some officers believed that they were not legally authorized to enter Mr. Sawchuk's house on an arrest warrant without an additional search warrant. Others explained that the risk to officer safety was too great to justify entering a private house to execute an arrest warrant for misdemeanor-level crimes. In September 2023, Davis and Caroline Moturi moved into their home on Grand Avenue in Minneapolis. Their next-door neighbor at 3527 Grand Avenue, John Sawchuk, had been the subject of numerous complaints by other neighbors over a period of years. Mr. Sawchuk had an active misdemeanor warrant for his arrest when the Moturis moved in, stemming from another neighbor's allegations of harassment. He had also been the subject of prior harassment restraining orders from additional neighbors. Previously, Mr. Sawchuk had been charged with second-degree assault against a police officer in 2016, but was found not competent to stand trial, and he was subject to a temporary civil commitment the same year. On October 11, 2023, Mr. Moturi and Mr. Sawchuk discussed a tree on their shared property line. Mr. Sawchuk became upset that Mr. Moturi intended to trim back or cut that tree. Later that day, Mr. Moturi made the first 2 of many 911 calls to report that Mr. Sawchuk had yelled racial slurs at him and threatened him if he touched the tree. Mr. Sawchuk allegedly had set up a sprinkler to spray water on the side of the Moturi house, causing water damage. Officers turned off the sprinkler and were later called back the same evening because the sprinkler was on again. On this second call, officers took the hose and inventoried it at the property and evidence, but no criminal charges were filed based on the incident. Through the fall and winter of 2023 to 2024, Mr. Sawchuk allegedly continued to yell at and harass the Moturis when he saw them outside their home. Mr. Sawchuk, who is white, frequently yelled threatening and racially charged comments at Mr. Moturi, who is black. In February 2024, Mr. Moturi called MPD to report an incident from December 2023 in which Mr. Sawchuk charged at and threatened him. On March 1, 2024, Mr. Moturi reported an incident where Mr. Sawchuk approached him holding a gardening tool and threatened him. On March 11, 2024, Mr. Moturi reported property damage and harassment to the Minneapolis Police Department. The corresponding police report noted Mr. Sawchuk's pattern of racially charged harassing and threatening behavior. Although allegations of abhorrent and racist comments were made on multiple calls, this was the only report in the case that was flagged as involving racial bias. MPD forwarded the March 1, 2024 and March 11, 2024 police reports to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and recommended felony charges. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office declined to file those felony charges, so subsequently the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office charged Mr. Sawchuk with gross misdemeanor harassment. By this point, MPD officers had advised on a few occasions that Mr. Moturi or Ms. Moturi obtain a harassment restraining order against Mr. Sawchuk, which he did on April 8, 2024. On that same day that Mr. Moturi obtained his HRO, officers responded to a 911 call from a witness regarding a physical alteration between Mr. Moturi and Mr. Sawchuk. When they arrived, officers found Mr. Moturi on top of Mr. Sawchuk, restraining him. The officers that responded were not yet aware of the history of the dispute between Mr. Sawchuk and Mr. Moturi or the harassment restraining order. Once separated, Mr. Sawchuk refused to identify himself. He was not detained while officers attempted to identify him, and when the officers questioning him stepped away briefly to talk to an EMT, Mr. Sawchuk retreated into his house. Had Mr. Sawchuk been detained and identified, officers would have learned of the open warrants and harassment restraining order. Mr. Sawchuk's harassment continued to escalate through the spring and summer of 2024. Mr. Moturi made numerous police reports about Mr. Sawchuk's behavior, including allegations that Mr. Sawchuk yelled threats at the Moturis whenever he saw them outside their home and directed racial slurs and racially charged comments at Mr. Moturi, that he continued disrupting the Moturi's sleep by making loud noises overnight, that he dumped urine, feces, and garbage onto the Moturi's yard and into their mail slot on their house multiple times, that he threw objects at Mr. Moturi from the upstairs window of his house, that he spat at Mr. Moturi, and he brandished a knife at Mr. Moturi on at least 4 occasions. In response to these incidents, MPD patrol officers would respond to the Moturi's home, take a report, collect evidence if applicable, including pictures of property damage and footage from the Moturi's security camera or cell phones. Officers would typically attempt to make contact with Mr. Sawchuk, but he never answered the door. On June 21st, 2024, precinct leadership notified officers that the HRO against Mr. Sawchuk had been served by publication and asked the Minneapolis Emergency Communications Center to extend an alert in the dispatch system to continue notifying responding officers about the HRO for future calls regarding Mr. Sawchuk. After that, MPD began issuing citations to Mr. Sawchuk for violating the HRO. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office also charged Mr. Sawchuk with felony threats of violence in July 2024. A localized MPD community response team was assigned to surveil Mr. Sawchuk's house and arrest him if officers observed him leave. We were told that officers conducted over 20 drive-bys and visual observation details of various lengths, in addition to the incidents in which MPD officers responded to the Moturi's 911 calls, although none of these efforts resulted in an arrest. On October 14, 2024, Mr. Moturi called 911 to report that Mr. Sawchuk had leaned out of his window and aimed a firearm at him. This report was not escalated internally within MPD or forwarded to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for charging at the time of the incident. Less than 10 days later, on October 23, 2024, Mr. Moturi was transported by ambulance to the emergency room for a suspected heart attack. When he arrived, providers discovered a gunshot wound in his neck and a bullet lodged in his spine, and they notified MPD that Mr. Moturi had been shot. Ms. Moturi reported to MPD that Mr. Moturi had interacted with Mr. Sawchuk earlier that day, and she suspected Mr. Sawchuk shot Mr. Moturi. Ms. Moturi provided home security videos to MPD showing when Mr. Moturi fell to the ground after being shot, but the video did not capture a suspected shooter. Hennepin County Attorney charged Mr. Sawchuk with attempted murder the following day. MPD set up 24-hour surveillance of Mr. Sawchuk's home while its SWAT team completed the risk assessment process for an arrest operation. The SWAT team led an arrest operation beginning on October 27, 2024, and brought Mr. Sawchuk into custody around 1:30 a.m. on October 28th. Oops. Okay, we're going to transition into findings and recommendations now. You will see with this first finding as an example that we've included the Minneapolis Police Department's response as well as their date of planned implementation. This is the structure each finding and recommendation take throughout the remainder of the report and the presentation.
Before you get into it, I'm just going to note that we've been joined by Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you. Our review identified 15 recommendations related to the Moturi case. MPD, through the Chief of Police, provided a detailed response to all findings and recommendations, which can be found at the back of the report. With finding 1, we found that MPD officers did not review information disseminated to them about Mr. Sawchuk's ongoing harassment before responding to a physical alteration between Mr. Moturi and Mr. Sawchuk on April 8, 2024. Our recommendation is to develop a policy requiring officers to review information and alerts using in-squad resources such as PIMS and CAD while en route to respond to an incident. The police department's response was that they will develop a policy for officers to review information and alerts using squad resources when safe and feasible to do so, and will not reduce response time for calls involving threats to life safety. Technology solutions will be researched by the Professional Standards Bureau that will allow a single officer in a squad car to complete this research with only a few keystrokes to minimize a longer response time. The date of planned implementation on this recommendation is November of this year. The second finding is that several incidents in the summer and fall of 2024 were either not assigned to an investigator, not escalated to leadership, or forwarded to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, or both. The recommendation is to develop a procedure for case escalation either within MPD, the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office, or the Hennepin County Attorney's Office when a threshold number of calls regarding a specific individual or address have occurred. MPD's response was that crime analysts are currently tracking neighbor troubles weekly and forwarding them on a police information management system, PIMS, and this is through a recurring report form. Neighbor-to-neighbor mediation pilot program is jointly developed with the NAACP. This has been completed. Patrol officers and localized community response team members did not create incident reports or otherwise document every drive-by and visual observation detail that they conducted. Our recommendation was that MPD develop a procedure for documenting drive-by and visual observation details, including dates, times, and resources utilized to better track and document department efforts. MPD said that a directive will be implemented for officers to use directed patrol nature code that will track details and probable cause pickups conducted in VisiNet. The date of planned implementation is active and should be completed by May 2026. The fourth finding is that responding officers did not consistently designate that alleged offenses involve bias and/or weapons in the general offense information section of police reports. The recommendation is to reinforce expectations through policy and training for designating bias and weapons involved in incidents within police reports. MPD's response is that the chief will send out an administrative announcement reminding officers of the expectations regarding this recommendation. The training division will stress the importance of checking proper codes and PIMS, and the chief's notification memo was updated to ensure notification is made when a bias crime occurs.
I'll also note we've been joined by Councilmember Chuck Tai.
Finding 5, officers had varying levels of knowledge about applicable laws, policy, and resources. Our recommendation is to incorporate additional training for officers to better understand the law, policy, and procedures related to HROs, the difference between an HRO and an OFP, resources available to help a victim apply for an HRO, service requirements for temporary and permanent HROs and HRO hearing notices, remedies for HRO violations, and the limitations of HROs. MPD said the training division will work with the city attorney and victims advocates to conduct remedial training incorporated in current roll call trainings. This is being actively implemented. Officers had a varying level of knowledge about applicable laws, policies, and resources. We recommend that MPD incorporate additional training for officers to better understand the law, policy, and procedure related to the execution of arrest warrants and search warrants. They should include provisions on how to communicate what is legally and procedurally unallowable. We recommend that they develop an informational web page and contact point for members of the public who have questions. MPD is currently drafting a new warrant policy. The community can provide feedback via the Policy Resource Hub located on the Minneapolis Police Department's website. Stops, searches, citations, and arrest policies are actively being worked on through the settlement agreement requirements. Finding 7, staffing shortages contributed to longer response times and low morale among officers. We recommend address staffing shortages identified in patrol and investigative units to improve response times and increase MPD's capacity to respond to similar incidents in the future. MPD said that the MSTAT meetings have added a requirement for inspectors to explain outliers in the response time standards, that they've added a full-time lieutenant to manage citywide calls for service, and reallocate personnel across borders to improve response times. A booking element was created that manages jail and hospital wait times, has contributed to improved response times by 911 responders. A designated squad car was created to cover the gap times between shifts, and a prohibition on attending the regular duty roll calls decreased the wait times of callers with in-progress violence. The chief mandated that officers' specific requirements in responding to calls to reduce the response times. These measures, along with a campaign of roll call appearances by chief's office, have resulted in CFS response times being at their lowest since early May 2020, when the MPD was staffed with over 860 sworn personnel. In MPD's response, they have an appendix that lists a number of the special orders and chief's orders. They've also included a graph showing response times to priority 1 and priority 2 calls, and they noted that this recommendation was completed prior to the report being sent. MPD announced that it would restaff the violent criminal apprehension team, which could help with executing high-risk arrest warrants in the future. Our recommendation is to do just that, to provide the appropriate staff and resources to VCAT. MPD's response is that the chief created VCAT starting March 22nd of this year. Multi-agency group focused on assisting investigators pick up suspects and locate key witnesses. VCAT also assists with locating and arresting people with outstanding warrants. This has been completed. Finding 9, inexperienced supervisors contributed to longer response times. Our recommendation is consider lateral hiring options to increase the availability of experienced individuals for investigative and leadership positions. MPD responded that they hired a lateral deputy chief from, I believe, the federal Bureau of Investigations in January 2026. Current lateral hires are at the officer rank have been assigned into investigative positions. They have a bit of a wall with the collective bargaining agreement that limits hiring civil servants at ranks of sergeant or lieutenant. Training for new supervisors will be prioritized as they transfer in and out of patrol and investigative procedures. SOPs are being updated for investigators. This is all being actively implemented. 10, a backlog of unexecuted warrants exists in Hennepin County, including the city of Minneapolis. We recommend considering the coordination of efforts with county and state law enforcement agencies to manage warrant backlogs. VCAT includes interagency work, which will expand over a period of time, MPD said. This is marked as completed. Finding 11, our review indicated that officers manually compiled calls and reports relating to Mr. Sawchek and Mr. Moturi. We recommend that MPD implement changes to the CAD and VisiNet system to automatically group calls related to the same individual or address and compile information from related calls. MPD is actively working on this, committed to using modern technology to assist and improve their policing efforts. Their Professional Development Bureau is exploring technology solutions that offers this level of flagging and information sharing. Finding 12, our review indicated that dispatchers manually enter a flag for repeat calls, alerts for certain addresses or individuals, and the like. The recommendation is to implement changes to the CAD and VisiNet system to automatically flag repeat calls involving the same individual or address and calls involving an individual with an outstanding warrant or harassment restraining order. MPD said the Patrol Bureau will collaborate with MEC and expand the capability to flag addresses associated with repeat violent calls, extending this authority to all sworn members rather than limiting it to supervisors. This is actively being implemented with a target completion date of June this year. Finding 13, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office declined felony charges and referred the case to the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office in April 2024. Our recommendation was to develop a written procedure for contacting the Hennepin County Attorney's Office to ensure appropriate charging and prosecution at an earlier stage for cases involving multiple incidents with the same perpetrator and victim. MPD's response was that the Investigations Bureau will update investigative SOPs to require documentation of discussion between investigators and prosecutors regarding charges for suspects. They will create an early referral procedure for prosecutors for certain types of cases, repeat victims, and weapons. And they will research technology platforms that can flag cases for multiple victims and suspects. The department is researching solutions and actively working on this. My apologies, I did not have that on the screen for you. The 14th finding is that blue cards, which are what officers leave with victims and witnesses on almost every case, that includes the case number, a listing of many victim resources, and we also include an example of a blue card in the 4th appendix of the report. But those blue cards contained outdated contact information and resources for victim advocate groups. Our recommendation is to update and simplify information for victims contained in those blue cards. MPD said that the Investigations Bureau will update the blue card with resource information quarterly and that they are actively implementing this. Lastly, Chief O'Hara and County Attorney Moriarty reported a breakdown of communication between MPD and Hennepin County Attorney's Office leadership. We learned that the Hennepin County Attorney had attempted to reestablish communication and working relations prior to this review, and we recommend that these efforts continue and now be led and driven by MPD because we can only make recommendations within the city. We recommend that MPD work to repair communications between MPD Chief and County Attorney through a mutually agreed upon mechanism, such as weekly email update exchanges or monthly meetings to discuss recurring issues, such as repeat calls. The Chief is committed to working with a regular cadence of meetings with the Hennepin County Attorney, was their response, and this is being actively implemented. Chair Payne, I would like to leave it up to the Audit Committee if you would like to ask questions about the Moturi case or any general questions before we move into the Lussier case.
One thing I'm trying to do is manage time, and we also want to make sure that we get an opportunity to publish this. Colleagues, I know that some of you have a board meeting to go to. Do we want to try to get through the presentation, or do you want to keep some questions brief right now so that we can make sure we have time?
I agree with your time issue.
Okay.
Let's wait.
All right. All right. Let's continue. Councilmember Stevenson.
Sorry, I would advocate we spend as much time on this as we need to get it done. I feel like this is more important than anything coming after.
Councilmember Chavez.
Council President Payne, I agree with Councilmember Stevenson as well. This is an important topic, and I hope that if we are going to be able to ask questions, we should all be able to ask questions. This is something that really matters to us. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll also let my colleagues know that my intention is to refer this to City Council so that we can take this up as a body as well. Councilmember Wansley.
Just for logistical purposes, I know I also like to spend time on this, but I do know the concern is managing quorum so that we can. So do we have a sense of when people are trying to leave that will put the rest of us in a place where we can't dive deeper into this presentation as questions?
I think as long as we have at least a quorum of one of our bodies, we should be okay.
Oh, perfect. Awesome.
So, Mr. Clerk, is that correct?
Mr. President, I think because this matters really kind of in the purview of the Audit Committee, I would suggest that we need a quorum of the Audit Committee to continue and to ensure the report is published before the City Council can really continue discussing and taking further action.
Let's get through the Lussier case and then take questions.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Payne. I will now transition to details related to the domestic abuse calls made by or on behalf of Allison Lussier. Domestic abuse perpetuated by her domestic abuse perpetrated by her on-again, off-again partner, Charles Foss, and ultimately details related to Ms. Lussier's death and MPD's subsequent investigation. As you can see on this timeline, which is also Appendix 2 within the report, Ms. Lussier or those close to her made many 911 calls between July 2022 and February 2024 to report domestic violence allegedly perpetuated by Charles Foss. In fact, there were at least 9 calls made by Ms. Lussier and 3 additional calls made by a family member or neighbor. Allison Lussier was a 47-year-old Native American woman and longtime Minneapolis resident, and she was found dead in her apartment on February 22nd, 2024. As I mentioned, in the nearly 2 years leading up to her death, she made at least 9 calls to 911, accusing her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Charles Foss, of domestic abuse. Ms. Lussier's final 911 call occurred on February 17th, 2024, a follow-up to a previous 911 call and police report on February 13th, 2024, when Mr. Foss reportedly hit her on her right temple with a closed fist and put his arm around her neck before fleeing the scene. Because Ms. Lussier's 911 call came in roughly a half an hour after the Minnesota statutory 72-hour rule expired, MPD officers reasoned that Mr. Foss could no longer be arrested and escorted him out of Ms. Lussier's home. The majority of Ms. Lussier's formal police reports detailed felony-level assault allegations. Only a small number of those led to subsequent investigations by MPD, and none resulted in formal criminal charges against Mr. Foss. Five days later, on February 22nd, 2024, Ms. Lussier was found dead in her apartment after what appeared to be several days of bodily decomposition. Ms. Lussier's body showed signs of subdermal hematoma, an accumulation of blood between her brain and skull, and her blood test showed the presence of methamphetamine and fentanyl. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner ultimately declared the cause of death to be from a subdermal hematoma and that the manner of death was undetermined. In the days and weeks following the discovery of Ms. Lussier's body, her family and friends and community advocates urged the Minneapolis Police Department to arrest Mr. Foss for her alleged murder. Ms. Lussier's case was assigned to the MPD Homicide Unit, which ultimately submitted the case to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for charging. MPD and the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office both maintain open cases related to Ms. Lussier's death to this date. As of the date of this report, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has neither charged Mr. Foss or formally declined charges, and we are aware they have assigned investigative resources to this case. Regardless of future charging decisions related to Ms. Lussier's death, it's important to clarify that Mr. Foss is not currently a threat to the community, as he has been sentenced to state prison for more than 8 years for unrelated but similarly violent offenses. With the Lussier case, we have 22 findings and recommendations, and we will structure them and go through them the same we did with the Moturi case. The first is that once a felony gone on arrival investigation is complete, and gone on arrival meaning that when there is a call that the suspect is no longer on the scene, these are typically related to domestic abuse types of cases. But once a felony gone on arrival investigation is complete, investigators will usually, but not always, submit it to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for charging consideration. Despite being marked for a rush warrant, the investigator did not submit the investigation of the July 30th, 2022 report to the Hennepin County Attorney for charging consideration. We recommend that MPD add a written protocol that all domestic abuse gone on arrival cases that are investigated must be submitted to the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office or the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for charging consideration. MPD said that Investigations Bureau will require all GOA domestic cases to be assigned by the next working day when reported. They will require all domestic assault cases be submitted to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, regardless of victim cooperation for charging decision. This is actively being implemented and will be complete this in the next month and a half. The second finding, especially during the gap period when shifts change, the decision of whether to call the crime lab involves the discretion of multiple potential MPD supervisors who may not be physically present at the scene. Officers are now trained to gather and document a great deal of evidence that was once considered the responsibility of the crime lab. Some interviewees within MPD nonetheless expressed a desire to change the existing policy to require crime lab responses to DOA cases like Ms. Lussier's to ensure that victims of domestic abuse whose deaths may be the result of one or more overlapping causes are treated with an abundance of care and caution. Our recommendation is that MPD require all DOA cases with a history of domestic abuse be processed in one of the following two ways. First, that they are treated as a crime scene with forensic evidentiary collection by crime lab professionals, or that when the MPD investigative unit determines that the crime lab is not necessary for the complete and effective collection of evidence, that investigator contact the crime lab, explain the determination, and document the crime lab's approval of that determination, and that investigatory unit remain on the scene until all available and relevant evidence is inventoried. What this recommendation means is that a DOA case with a history of domestic abuse that comes in during a gap period must either be treated as a crime scene or the responding officer must stay on the scene until the investigative unit comes online and arrives to the DOA scene. I will note that this recommendation, as well as a couple of others, are in line with some legislation that's being contemplated at the state level right now that would be named Allison's Law. There are some details within that a media outlet wrote an article about probably a month and a half ago, and it actually has the draft bill language. I don't know the status of that bill, whether or not that will be heard and move forward this year or next, but there is some nice movement at the state level that aligns with some of these recommendations. In response to the finding, the chief has already required the lieutenant of homicide to send a team to the scene with cases when a decedent, when there is a history of domestic violence. This expectation has been communicated. The third finding is that stalking by a suspect with a domestic relationship with the victim falls under the domestic abuse protocols for responding officers. Stalking is typically investigated by the sex crimes unit, and several officers demonstrated a misunderstanding of the statutory elements of stalking, which provides a valuable arrestable offense for the abusers of victims like Ms. Lussier. Our recommendation is to revise policy to treat certain types of felony stalking as a domestic abuse offense, which must be routed through and investigated by the domestic assault unit. Specifically, our recommendation is to treat felony stalking offenses that result from multiple incidents of domestic assault within the statutory time frame as domestic abuse offenses, both in terms of response protocols and investigatory follow-up. MPD said that the Investigations Bureau will meet with Hennepin County Attorney's Office to discuss implementation of separating stalking cases from domestic stalking cases. This is actively being implemented. Another finding is that Chief O'Hara has already implemented several beneficial policy changes for domestic abuse response, but more are needed to fully address the needs of victims like Ms. Lussier. We recommend implementing the draft SOPs for domestic violence investigations that were recently proposed by Chief O'Hara. MPD said that the Investigations Bureau is updating the investigative SOPs to establish documentation requirements for all investigations prior to closing the case. They are updating the policy manual to reflect the chief's memo that implemented several efforts of domestic abuse response and protocols, and this is actively being implemented. The fifth finding is that investigations may hit a wall when victims stop participating or responding to investigators, so other admissible evidence should be gathered when responding to a domestic abuse call to bolster subsequent chargeability. We recommend requiring officers to offer, and when appropriate, strongly recommend EMS services to ensure domestic abuse victims are not minimizing injuries, dealing with invisible brain trauma, or otherwise, while also creating a stronger body of admissible hearsay evidence should a victim become uncooperative with prosecution. Officers should inform victims whether they are eligible for EMS or other medical services free of charge. MPD said that the training division will ensure training will require sworn members to strongly encourage EMS and advocacy services per the domestic assault pilot project, which will be expanding citywide soon. They said the coordination of training for the citywide domestic assault pilot project is in progress. Our sixth finding is that American Indian women face disproportionately high levels of violence, and MPD has a well-documented history of bias towards the urban Native population. This is a phrase from the DOJ consent decree. MPD policy requires responding officers to identify witnesses, but requiring statements from witnesses at the scene would provide valuable admissible evidence for subsequent prosecutions. To clarify, the policy requires identification, but not statements. In 2 instances, a family member of Ms. Lussier could have been interviewed, and a neighbor could have been interviewed for additional evidentiary statements. Our recommendation is to implement policies consistent with recommendations in the Global Rights for Women report, which I believe will. Thank you. And those findings called for a mandated training aimed at recognizing and mitigating issues of explicit and implicit bias towards certain demographics of victims, and adapt communication with victims based on that training, and add written protocols that witnesses, including 911 callers, neighbors who may have overheard the domestic abuse, and those who the victim may have made statements to regarding the domestic abuse, must be thoroughly interviewed on scene, including documentation of their contact information. MPD said that domestic protocols are instructed in the academy and at in-service department-wide training in their basic report writing training, that the training division will add multicultural remedial training to the current procedural justice, implicit bias, and active bystander law enforcement training in 2027. The training component is also expanded under the settlement agreement and the consent decree that they are working to create updates based on. The cultural community mentors will continue to be assigned to officers in training in the academy, and continuing academy training program of requiring recruits to learn different cultures and present their findings to their classmates. This is actively being implemented. The seventh finding is that officers are required to gather available evidence at the scene, but are hesitant to engage in proactive policing. Officers can, but don't typically consider alternative possible arrestable offenses. The decision of whether to assign a felony GOA case to an investigator is highly dependent on information in the police report. We recommend that MPD ensure through documentation of property crimes, through the documentation of other property crimes with any accompanying domestic abuse offenses. MPD said that the training division will incorporate requiring officers to strongly encourage EMS and advocacy services. Investigations Bureau will include the ongoing domestic assault protocol that is being implemented from a pilot to a citywide program, and that training modules will be coordinated to ensure efficiency. This is actively being implemented. Finding 8, the July 30th, 2022 report that was filed after a call to Ms. Lussier's residence was marked for immediate submission to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for a rush warrant. That direction from a DASC prosecutor to MPD was not followed by the domestic assault unit. Our recommendation is to ensure that the assigned DASC prosecutor's recommendations are followed with respect to prioritizing investigations of certain gone-on arrivals, and that submitting cases without investigation for warrants when requested. MPD said the Investigations Bureau will develop a means of prioritizing cases according to the set recommendations of repeat suspects and victims and weapons calls. They will update the investigative standard operating procedure to ensure coordination and communication between investigators and prosecutors are occurring on a regular basis, and they will provide guidance to sworn personnel on Hennepin County Attorney's Office recommendations related to domestic assaults, including the requirement to follow those recommendations. They will require all rush warrants to be immediately assigned. The department is currently researching solutions on how to implement this. 9 is that several officers seem confused about the intricacies of the 72-hour rule, and the public has shared that confusion with respect to Ms. Lussier's case. Officers share a common desire to serve victims of domestic abuse and provide available services to them. The recommendation is to require officers to attend in-person training on responding to domestic abuse GOA cases, including training on the 72-hour rule for domestic abuse misdemeanor arrests, and best practices for communicating with and interviewing victims and providing services to them. We recommend that they discuss how this training can be implemented as a state-level training, as well as in-house within MPD. Again, we cannot make recommendations to the county or the state level, but MPD certainly can work on driving those conversations. MPD's response is that the training division will be adding to the 2027 annual training curriculum these recommendations. They will be adding training on new domestic policy once the policy is in place. And the chief's memo included this change in their COPS alert, which is the Keeping Our Police Safe alert, similar to a Be on the Lookout type of alert that goes out to squad cars. That alert policy I know has been updated, and these other items are in the works. Finding 10, while Ms. Lussier did not volunteer additional allegations during her February 17, 2024 interaction with MPD, best practice would include questioning Ms. Lussier to see if any additional criminal activity had occurred since the February 13th incident. New allegations, like Ms. Lussier being fearful of Mr. Foss or being physically or verbally assaulted by Mr. Foss, may have given rise to a new arrestable offense. We recommend requiring officers to be trained to analyze any potential arrestable crime when a domestic abuse suspect is present on arrival, especially in cases of repeat offenders. This includes considering crimes outside of those specifically named by the victim, such as considering burglary as a possibility on a weaker or a strangulation call, engaging in detailed questioning of victims to rule out or establish any potential domestic abuse-related offenses. MPD said that the training division will be adding to its 2027 curriculum these recommendations, that they will be adding training on new domestic policy once the policy is completed. Finding 11 is that Chief O'Hara received incomplete and inaccurate information related to Ms. Lussier's cause and manner of death, which he relied upon in making problematic public statements. Our recommendation is to ensure that public statements are not made before written official documentation is obtained supporting those statements, especially with respect to medical examiner conclusions and reports. MPD said that their public information officers are responsible for reviewing information prior to release. They will institute a quality control process to ensure all information is reviewed for accuracy. It is noteworthy that MPD did not obtain the official medical examiner's report for its homicide investigation until we requested a copy from them nearly 2 years after Ms. Lussier's death. The investigation had previously relied on information shared over the phone, which led to a literal game of telephone, ultimately relaying inconsistent information to the chief of police. Staffing shortages have plagued MPD for years, including a severe staffing shortage of domestic assault unit investigators. We recommend the prioritization of hiring investigators in the domestic assault unit, including the exploration of lateral hires from different police departments. MPD recently hired a deputy chief from the FBI in February of this year. Lateral hires at the officer rank that have been placed into investigative assignments. They did note, and I said this earlier, but the collective bargaining agreement limits some hiring practices for lateral hiring. They will prioritize training for new supervisors as part of onboarding. They have brought on a civilian case investigator and sworn member were added to the domestic unit. And domestic GOA cases are assigned to additional investigators outside of the domestic unit to ensure these cases receive appropriate attention. 13, it is common practice but not required to research suspect information history on the way to a call. Officers' ability to do so is highly dependent on information provided by 911 dispatchers. We recommend implementing changes to the CAD and VisiNet system to associate previous related calls and compile information from all calls. The Professional Standards Bureau will be exploring technology solutions that allow a single officer in a squad to complete research without obstruction or safety issues. MPD is hoping to have this complete by November 2026. 14, it is common practice but not required to research suspect information and history on the way to a call. Officers' ability to do so is highly dependent on information. I think, is this the same finding? I think it is. We'll go to 15. Officers share a widespread desire to serve victims of domestic abuse and common frustration with the feasibility of connecting victims to available services. Victims may become increasingly unwilling to participate in the prosecution of their case when they hit roadblocks in accessing services. We recommend exploring the feasibility and costs of a pilot program to test the use of domestic violence advocate who concurrently works with police officers, responds to all GOA domestic abuse calls, and works with victims on site to fill out orders for protection and provide other resources. This will allow police to move on to the next call while the advocate remains with the victim working on paperwork and safety planning. This advocate would respond to the scene only after officers had confirmed the suspect was no longer on site. They would report back to the audit committee. We ask that MPD report back to the audit committee once the feasibility and costs of such a pilot program have been analyzed. MPD said that they will coordinate with the Office of Community Safety to explore these options with a target date of November this year. Finding 16, the prominent issue with the investigation of the February 27th, 2023 report was that excessive amount of time that had passed between the date of the incident and a charging decision by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, albeit a deferral rather than a charge or declination, which greatly exceeded HCAO's policy for charging timelines. I want to point out we did not assess Hennepin County Attorney Office's policies, procedures, practices, as that is not within our purview. And so the recommendation with this is to be driven by MPD to work with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office to work on implementing a charging timeline for domestic abuse GOA cases that would require a deferral to happen in a shorter time frame than that required for charging and dismissal, allowing investigators to gather additional evidence in a shorter window of time after the incident report. MPD said the Investigations Bureau will require regular check-ins with Hennepin County Attorney's Office and the assigned investigators. They will improve coordination between investigators and prosecutors, especially early on. They will create a follow-up timeline for investigators according to these recommendations, and that they have recently added to their MSTAT meeting investigative commanders to brief charging decisions and outcomes on significant cases. Finding 17, officers expressed an interest in hearing feedback from prosecutors regarding potential evidentiary issues through future calls. The recommendation is to engage in training with the domestic assault unit of MPD to discuss what makes a case chargeable or not chargeable and what evidence to look for and submit to Hennepin County Attorney. The training division will be coordinating and incorporating the new domestic policy was MPD's response, and that they are actively working on that. Finding 18, based on officer input, developing a notification system where prosecutors follow up with the arresting officer and briefly explain their decision to charge, release, and or ask for a certain amount of bail for a suspect may have a positive impact. Sorry, rather than MPD response, this should be recommendation that MPD work with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office to create a process by which arresting officers can obtain optional updates on the result of their arrest and any evidentiary issues that lead to declination of charges. MPD said that the Investigations Bureau will implement a system of coordinating investigations and prosecutors weekly. They will create performance metrics for investigators. They will have discussions with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office to assign prosecutors as liaisons. They will notify sworn members if they want a case follow-up, and patterns of case declines could be addressed in training or a memo to departments to improve services. MSTAT is already capturing positive highlights of effective police work, including cases that have been charged. The department is currently researching solutions for active implementation. Finding 19, MPD leadership and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office leadership have experienced a strained and uncooperative relationship for years, which has created a negative trickle-down effect in MPD ranks. As I mentioned, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has attempted to reach out on a couple occasions to strengthen or rebuild relationships. We are now asking MPD to take the lead and participate in those conversations to repair respectful communication between the chief and the county attorney through mutually agreed upon mechanisms such as weekly or monthly email updates or quarterly phone call updates. MPD said the chief is committed to working with a regular cadence of meetings with the Hennepin County attorney. I want to share, too, that the Hennepin County attorney also has communicated that she wants to continue to strengthen communications and is committed to more attempts at doing so. Finding 20, we're getting close, we have 22. Officers share a widespread desire to serve victims of domestic abuse and a common frustration with the feasibility of connecting victims to available services. Victims may become increasingly unwilling to participate in the prosecution of their case when they hit roadblocks in accessing services. We recommend that the Blue Card be updated with current resources and information, including contact information specific to domestic abuse victims' resources. This may be included on a separate and unique card for domestic abuse victims if it's less burdensome or more feasible to develop. Cards should have a step-by-step information guide for victims to follow, not just a list of phone numbers. The idea is to make this as easy as possible for victims to follow through on. MPD said the Investigations Bureau is updating the Blue Card with resources. They're exploring developing a domestic resource card and educating the community on domestic victim services already available online. 21. With the well-known historical backdrop of violence against Native American women and MPD's documented bias towards the urban Native population, public comments by MPD regarding violence against Native women are heavily scrutinized and should be held to a high standard. We recommend that MPD is required to issue a letter or other statement to the family of Ms. Lussier apologizing for public misstatements related to the medical examiner's findings and report. MPD recently issued a statement to the Lussier family, which they included in their response, Appendix N. Early in our work, after several conversations with members of the Lussier family and various advocacy groups, it became clear that one of the primary requests was for a public apology from the Minneapolis Police Department, and specifically the Chief of Police, related to MPD's handling of this case, and specifically related to his words at early press conferences. Although there is a lot of past pain and current unknowns about the future of this case, there is a real opportunity for forward-focused conversation. I'm pleased that we received commitment from both the chief and the family of Ms. Lussier that they would be willing to meet. And as I mentioned, earlier this week or late last week, they did have this meeting. Chief O'Hara followed up with a public statement that specifically stated, "I am grateful to Allison's family and to community members who met with us and are willing to continue to work with us on Allison's case, as well as improving our response in domestic violence in general. I am sorry for the harm caused by my words." That statement caused real pain to the family, to those who loved her, and to the broader community. I take responsibility for that impact. While I intended no harm and my comments were based on incomplete information provided to me, I recognize that intent does not lessen the harm. While I know we have high legal burden to overcome, we are committed to continuing forward with a fresh look on this case and continuing to enhance our response to domestic violence in general. We are asking anyone in the community who may have information regarding this case to come forward. Lastly, overall, the initial public response to Ms. Lussier's death seemed to overly emphasize her substance abuse history as the underlying cause of her death, a trend which is all too familiar to Indigenous organizations, advocates, and community members who are justifiably weary of public officials overlooking or under-investigating the deaths of Native women who experience disproportionate rates of violence and murder compared to other demographics. Those statistics are particularly troubling in Minneapolis, where law enforcement has a recent documented track record of discriminating and perpetuating bias against the urban Native population. The recommendation related to this finding is to create an American Indian Community Liaison position at an executive level who is responsible for citywide advocacy and response. Minneapolis Police said they will speak to the mayor's office regarding this recommendation and are actively pursuing a resolution. I want to thank Mr. Moturi and the family and friends of Allison Lussier who participated in this review. Your stories, accounts, and evidence made clear the urgency of addressing a system in need of repair. They are stories and accounts that intersect with those we hear about in other tragedies, such as the death of Mariah Samuels. Many of the real and perceived gaps in the investigation into her domestic abuse and death parallel those of Ms. Lussier's. It is not lost on me that justice delayed is painful, and I hope that for Ms. Samuel's family, the murderer's recent conviction brings some closure. My hope is that connections strengthen, and that the same sense of justice can ultimately be realized by Mr. Moturi and the family and friends of Ms. Lussier. I also want to thank the officers and leaders within MPD and at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office who spoke candidly with us, including the Chief of Police and including the Hennepin County Attorney. Many of you expressed a genuine commitment to serving our community. You shared your frustrations with what is not working well and offered thoughtful ideas to improve an imperfect system. I want to recognize our contracted partners at Hogan Adams. Your tireless work, expertise, and balanced guidance enhanced the independence and objectivity of this review. Your lead on writing the report certainly has resulted in some meaningful and timely recommendations. And finally, I offer my sincere appreciation to the staff of the Office of City Auditor who have carried this work forward. Your commitment to public service is admirable and does not go unnoticed. These reviews highlight opportunities for the city and for MPD to strengthen how high-risk situations are documented, escalated, and addressed. While the cases examined were tragic and distinct, the lessons drawn from them point to systemic improvements that can enhance safety, coordination, and decision-making across future responses. Implementing the recommendations in this report can help ensure that individual efforts are supported by clear structures, consistent practices, and strong leadership alignment. Continued progress will require sustained attention and collaboration across the department and its partners. By addressing the issues identified in these cases and building on the promising practices already underway, the Minneapolis Police Department and the City of Minneapolis can move toward a more responsive, transparent, and resilient public safety system. Our hope is that this work contributes to lasting improvements that better serve all residents. With that, Chair, we will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Timmerman. I'm going to try to manage a few things here procedurally and time-wise. While we have our quorum of both bodies here, I'm going to make sure we get our motions done. And then I've confirmed that we have a quorum of audit that is flexible so that we can have a robust conversation. So I'm going to try to get these motions done, and then we'll go into discussion. So for our audit committee, I'm going to direct the clerk to receive and file this report, and then I would like a motion to publish this report. Is there a member that can make that motion from the audit committee?
Second.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Member Chugtai.
Aye.
Engelhardt.
Aye.
Hosbein.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Singleton.
Aye.
Chair Payne.
Aye.
There are 6 ayes.
That carries. And then I would like for the city council to have an opportunity to further review and study this report. And so can somebody make a motion to refer this item to city council? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, as president of the city council, you don't need to move to refer it to the city council
All right,
because it's
without
already
objection.
here.
All right. Well, I'd like to get it into a committee for further study. So without objection, let's just refer this to the council to make that consideration.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Rainbow's not here. Are there?
Just to clarify, do you have to suggest a committee that it goes to at this point, or?
I was hoping that we would have a further conversation about what appropriate committee that would be.
Okay, excellent. I also have a second point of order. Just to help our discussion, it might be with so many members present, I would recommend that we use speaker management, and our neighbors that don't have speaker management, ask the council members that do to get into queue, because it can get difficult to see further down into the dais, and then we can manage a queue.
Okay, let's work that way. Let's go ahead and open up speaker management. I'm going to keep eyes if there's anybody who doesn't have it open yet that has a question.
And then just to the members of the audit committee, if you're on our end over here and you want to get into queue, we can just put it in for you. And then we'll let the chair know that you're the one that wanted to speak.
Any questions from any members of either body at this time? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. Before I ask my questions, I want to take a moment to remember Allison Lussier. She was a daughter, a mother, a beautiful member of our community. And I want to be clear that the findings of this after-action review represent a devastating pattern of what happens to missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. In particular, Indigenous women and girls go missing and face disproportionately high levels of violence. Sadly, too often their cases are met with indifference, delayed response, and outright dismissal by the very same systems meant to protect them. And I want to be clear that this case is no different. Allison's family has waited for answers and accountability for too long. And before I ask my questions, I just want to thank Jana, the aunt of Allison Lussier, for her relentless fight for justice and accountability and for not letting go and making sure that these answers come to light. I do have a question. On February 11th, 2025, Care 11 posted an article about Chief O'Hara's comment regarding Allison Lussier's case where he said, quote, "I want to assure the public the MPD handled those cases in accordance with established policy and the law. I also want to emphasize that despite what's being said, our police officers and our investigators care very deeply about finding justice for Allison and the very victims of crime in our city." Mr. O'Hara also said in the Star Tribune that someone dead and decomposed with needles everywhere is not a sign that a crime occurred. Chief O'Hara, welcome to the chambers. Would you mind answering if you still feel this way today?
Council President, Council Member, no. As the city auditor has said, I have met with family, met with community members. I have privately had conversation expressing my regret. The public statement was read here. I know our investigators have done some work after that meeting. I know the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has done a lot of work over the course of that time, and we remain committed. This remains an open homicide investigation.
Mr. O'Hara, I see the letter that you sent here that is a part of the review, but I still don't know what statement you said to Allison's family. Can you let the public know what statement you said to them?
Council President, Council Member, that was a private conversation we had. I don't have anything written or transcribed from exactly what was said, but that was a private conversation, and the public statement was made subsequent to that.
Can you publicly apologize to Allison's family today?
Yes, Council President, Council Member. Yes, of course. Jenna is here. Jenna, again, I apologize. I'm sorry. We are committed to moving forward together. And I'm thankful, again, to Jana, to other community members that she invited that were present with us, advocates, for their willingness to have a conversation with us and to move forward and try and improve things for the future.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Hara, Chief O'Hara, did you know that Indigenous women face disproportionate high levels of violence and the MPD has a well-documented history of bias towards the urban Native population?
Council President, Council Member, yes.
Did you know that a member of your police department was quoted in the media saying, "The fact that she is Native bears no weight on how we investigated or handled this case"? Do you agree with that?
Council President, Council Member, I don't know the officer or the context of that. I understand, of course, that we all carry implicit bias. I understand, of course, that there is a demonstrated history in general of disparate outcomes, particularly for Native Americans in the community. And yes, we are committed to doing our part to try and make things better in the future.
I'll ask one more time because I don't think I got an answer to my question. A member of the Minneapolis Police Department said the fact that she is Native bears no weight on how we investigated or handled this case. Chief O'Hara, do you agree with that statement after hearing this after action review or not?
Council President, Council Member, I don't know who said that or the context. I don't.
It's your department.
Yes. I can say that as the auditor mentioned, I do believe that many people in the police department were doing their best in both of these cases. And I do believe people had felt that way. But that does not mean that there aren't issues to correct.
I'll pass it to the next person, but I'll ask one more time, yes or no, because I'm still not getting an answer to my question.
Council President, Council Member, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. I do believe people were sincere in their efforts. And although they may believe that, that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't things that we need to do differently. And I believe that's the most truthful and honest answer I can give you to that.
I think that's very challenging. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I also have a few questions, but beforehand, I just want to say mostly thank you to our community members as well as the city auditor for fulfilling this request. Myself, I believe Council President Payne and Councilmember Chavez brought this motion last year in response to the public outcry from our residents, specifically Allison Lussier's family. But I also think it's important to highlight victims that both preceded during that time and even afterwards, with Davis Moturi being also one of the flagship incidents that triggered our need to evaluate how are we truly handling both hate crimes and domestic violent cases, and seeing the overlap there when it pertains to Black, Brown, Indigenous, and women, or those experiencing intimate partner violence, not receiving the high quality of public safety services that they deserve and that they pay for. And I also think it's important to highlight Mariah Samuels, though, whose specific incident is not referenced in this report. The same findings that we just were essentially explained or given an explanation of, also dived into why she and her family didn't receive the service that quite literally could have saved her life as well. So I just want to uplift our community members for constantly holding us accountable to then hold our police department and other city leadership, such as the mayor, accountable and making sure that we are responsive to you all's needs, and that there should be accountability when that's not had. And actually, in light of that accountability, I think, that was a positive step to request that Allison Lussier and her family and community receive a public apology. I also want to know, where was that also for Davis Moturi? Davis Moturi, following the publication and media kind of frenzy around his case, that all came from the fact that a warrant had not been executed. And he reached out, as indicated in your report, over 11 times. And I saw the emails myself, not only just to MPD. I don't think the timeline specifies the nature of that outreach, but there were emails where Chief O'Hara, where Mayor Jacob Fry, and Davis Moturi were all a part of, and it was pleas for his life. And there's one in particular where he named, "This man is going to kill me." And in light of that, Chief O'Hara, I would say this is an opportunity for you. In the media response to Davis Moturi, there was almost blaming of him for not coming forward. So I would like to know, what is the reconciliation efforts that's been made to Davis Moturi as well, and if there has been also to Mariah Samuels. And I don't think your report includes that, but if someone or the chief could share a little bit about that.
Mr. Timmerman?
Chair Payne, Councilmember Wansley, we believe that the media has reported on public apology to Mr. Moturi. I'm not saying that shouldn't happen here, shouldn't happen again, but it is also a paramount demand that was specifically related to the Lussier case. Ms. Williams, in fact, at the mayor's inauguration, at your inauguration, stood at the front of that theater and handed the mayor a piece of paper, and the first thing on it said, "We want an apology." That is why the focus here on this particular case was for that public apology. I do want to say, and I don't want to discount any need or desire to ask the chief or the commissioner any questions. I do want to ask that we try to focus on what the audit team can answer today and what our consultants can answer today. I think you've taken a vote to move this to another committee, and I think the chief and the commissioner have both committed to being at that meeting. That said, I will defer to you, Chair, as to, of course, anyone you'd like to invite to answer members' questions.
Yeah, I would. I mean, we've already set a precedent with inviting up staff, and I did make the note of why this was not part of your recommendations. From my understanding, there were, as you highlighted, public apologies made by the department related to Davis Moturi. Very interested to know why that did not make it in the report in itself. And if that could be a part of the reconciliation piece of building that trust, that is referenced as a finding of what does it look like to do that truth and reconciliation if it's through public apologies, not just in media, but meetings with families. And if that's something that could be spread across MPD's response going forward.
Chair Payne, Councilmember Wansley, I agree with you. I think this belongs in that same type of setting. I am just speaking primarily to logistics of what we're here to talk about. And I also think that there is a great opportunity for further collaboration with my office. We have a lot of ideas that have come from this. We shared 32 of them, 37 of them today with you. But this is a conversation that we are more than willing to continue having with the council, with the audit committee, with the families, and not just the Moturis and Ms. Lussier's family, and also the police department. I think these conversations have to continue. And as I mentioned, my ultimate hope is that they move towards that future resolution. So I do agree with you.
Okay. Next question, looking at page 27. I'm interested in Audit's evaluation of some of the kind of recommendations or responses that MPD submitted as follow-up. If you all are looking at if these are actually operational or are they essentially volunteer or in-kind services. I bring this up in reference to the neighbor-to-neighbor mediation pilot program that I know in our Public Health and Safety Committee last year, we received a update from this particular partner, or NAACP specifically. And in that, we learned that this has been somewhat of a program housed under NAACP. At that time, it was my understanding that MPD was funding it, or that it was essentially a programmatic part of their program. So I'm interested in how some of these in-kind services kind of factors into like meeting the criteria of expectations in this findings. But yeah, I just wanted to get a sense if you were weighing that.
Chair Payne and Councilmember, can you please reference the page number? Was it the report, page 27?
Oh, I'm looking at the presentation. Sorry, slide 27. It's related to findings, finding number 2. And again, MPD response, it referenced the neighbor-to-neighbor mediation pilot program as being a way to respond to the recommendation of developing a procedure for case escalation, either within MPD, the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office, or the Hennepin County Attorney's Office when a threshold number of calls regarding a specific individual or address have occurred. I only ask this because, again, from my understanding in their presentation, this is an external organization. It's not clear how data is then coordinated if we're not funding them. So, and it's not clear how then they relate to not just MPD, but the city attorney, then Hennepin County, so that there is consistent and standardized tracking of this information, so that escalation, when it is happening, can actually be monitored. So I'm just interested in knowing how MPD is relating to somewhat of this more community-based independent organization.
Chair Payne, Councilmember Wansley, that is certainly something that I would have to defer to MPD. This was the language of our finding and our recommendation based on the evidence that we had in our work. Their response, though, we did not further look into those systems in place, but that is certainly something that I'd be willing to have a conversation with you as I get more information.
Thank you. Then going to presentation slide findings number 5. This might also be just follow up because I think this is a situation where I thought MPD's response was already happening through the domestic abuse project pilot that is referenced in another part of your presentation and report, but I thought this was work already underway and had been happening based off of a presentation that we received from them, but it seems like that might not be the case here based off of this finding.
Which slide?
This is finding number 5, slide number 30, where it's the recommendation to incorporate additional training for officers to better understand the law, policy, and procedure related to harassment restraining orders, the differences between a harassment restraining order or order of protection, and resources available to help victims apply for those type of things. And MPD response says the training division will work with the city attorney and victims advocate to conduct remedial training incorporated in current roll call trainings. And this is what I'm referencing of when we had that robust presentation from the domestic abuse project. I thought this was work that technically was already being done or underway.
Chair Payne and Councilmember, again, those are responses from MPD, and I would have to defer to them.
Okay, so are we doing staff memos essentially to Council President Payne? So when we do have this conversation, we can reference that?
I think it would be helpful to try to capture some of these questions for staff follow-up, because I would like for us to be able to have a robust conversation with staff and in front of City Council, so that would help shape that conversation.
Okay, I'll follow up with our clerks with those questions and any others that might have to be directed to MPD. The next one is related to slide 77. I wanted clarification on this one. This is finding 15. Coordinate with the Office of Community Safety to explore options, and actually maybe one of our council members, specifically our budget chair, Chuck Ty, might have a little bit more clarity on, because I know you led on this specifically, but it says MPD's response towards making sure that there's more expanded services to serve victims of domestic abuse. MPD response says that they're going to coordinate with the Office of Community Safety to explore more options with this. This is one where I thought the body back in 2023, and by the body council, we funded domestic violence navigators, and I thought they had been absorbed in the police department to do exactly this, the things that we are talking about, but already knew was happening back in 2023. So I just wanted to get a sense of I thought this was already fulfilled too.
Councilmember Tractai, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, through the chair, thank you. Would love to just, since we're in a public forum, state really clearly that as part of the, I want to say 2023 budget, the City Council funded 3 domestic violence navigators and a supervisor for the domestic violence navigator team. Prior to that, there had been 1 domestic violence navigator for the entirety of the city, managing a caseload that is quite literally impossible to manage. Your recollection is absolutely correct, Councilmember Wansley, that in the subsequent year following this investment, all domestic violence navigators were moved into the Minneapolis Police Department so that they could have better access to systems like PIMS. And that to date is the case that there are today more domestic violence navigators than there have been in recent history, that we can trace back.
Thank you for that clarity. This might be also another area of follow-up then, just to hear about the utilization or maybe the underutilization of those navigators, because I'm very confused to see explore more options with OCS when we gave the department a tool to do exactly this work in the form of 3 FTE staff. So I just wanted more clarity on what was happening with those navigators, and essentially what is OCS's or the Office of Community Safety Leadership, what are these options that they're contemplating, and if the navigators are a part of that. With that, those are the only questions that I had. Again, I'll follow up with the clerks with the text of those questions. And then, again, I'm also looking forward to having the fuller, robust conversation specifically with OCS and MPD themselves, and also other impacted departments such as the City Attorney's Office. Something else to name is we're currently playing tag around a follow-up presentation, be it in COW or the Public Health and Safety Committee on this matter, but also MPD's internal investigation assessment that they did last summer in response to Davis Moturi's shooting. So this body passed a legislative directive also last year asking for that information, since that was already done ahead of this audit. And ideally, MPD and OCS will be given that presentation. We're currently trying to solidify a date, but we also are making an opportunity to make sure that community members can come and see that presentation. Also, potentially have a public comment to also provide your feedback and your thoughts on the matter as well. So I just wanted to highlight that there's other intersecting items that we're moving forward with in complements to this presentation as well in the next coming weeks.
Councilmember Trugtai.
Mr. President, I'm in queue for Member Hosbein.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Thank you. I'm going to take as a community member on the audit committee, I'm going to go a little audit related here. And I just wanted to highlight and elevate, Mr. Timmerman, your comment at the beginning that audit is truly an effort of public trust. And I want to thank you and your team of how this works. I know sometimes audit can feel around the issue, but it really can lead to future improvements, even though they don't feel direct in the moment. So I just want to really appreciate that. And thank you and your team for doing this, and the external auditors. From an audit perspective, I have a couple of just general questions, and maybe this is just to help folks that maybe are in the room that aren't aware of the audit process to help clarify what some of these findings and recommendations mean. One kind of a high-level question with both after-action reviews and the findings. I'm not used to not seeing dates, so I see that there are some that are listed as completed, some that are actively implemented with a date, and then there are some that are just actively implemented and then researching solutions. So I just wanted to understand the definitions of those 4 categories as these findings are classified. And then, Mr. Timmerman, if you could just talk, like we usually see at audit committee, kind of offset the standard meeting, then what your role would be as your team's follow-up for each of these and tracking of these. I think that's just helpful for everyone in the room to know how these will be continued to be followed up on.
Mr. Timmerman.
Chair Payne and committee member, that is a really good question. I'm glad that you brought that up. So the traditional process for an audit finding, the path it takes, is that we present it to the audit committee with recommendations. We have already reached out to management, received their corrective action. So what you've seen today is the normal process. And then what we do is we regularly monitor those findings for resolution. So at the end of an audit, like you see with this, we complete the work, we send the result to the auditee, we ask for a corrective action plan that addresses every recommendation. We cannot tell them what to write. We do suggest on what they include, such as dates of planned implementation, such as what unit, what individual may be responsible for that. And then as our regular tracking, before every audit committee, every 2 months, we follow up with management. We understand or gain an understanding of progress. And so for this particular audit, it will be the same thing. We will follow up on all 37 recommendations. The question about dates, especially for those ones that are marked as complete, that is, again, not a format that we ask for, but I think that kind of brings to light that when we follow up on the ones that are considered open and are still active, we'll make sure to get some additional detail on those. But know that these 37 findings, although a couple of them cross over, so I think we counted it, it's about 30 or so unique findings that we will follow up with the audit committee and report back on those.
Perfect. And in terms of the ones that don't have dates associated, will that be part of that follow-up before each audit committee?
I certainly will try to include that. And in fact, as a part of the new report that we committed to the audit committee for June, we will try to incorporate that within that report as well.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And on another note, just back to kind of community trust, and in your executive overview, and also on slide 14, public communication and community trust. As a community member on this, I really hope that as we continue to follow up, there's additional highlight of that effort, because all of this falls apart without that. And I would say in Appendix N of the report, which is the MPD response, that feels like a piece that maybe still needs to be continued to be advocated for with the MPD. And I just, I'm not as well-versed as the council on how we move forward with some of these things, but I do see a few of these findings and responses as possible avenues for the audit committee and the audit team to maybe look at in addition to the standard audit work. And I would like to just, as we move forward with these recommendations, flag a few of those that really are around that public trust piece to ensure that we're having appropriate responses and interaction on those. And I think that would also be in line with some of the other comments made where there's other paths that all converge on this. And I think we can continue to work on that in June and in future audit committees.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Before I call on Councilmember Stevenson, I was going to check with the clerks. I know you've been working furiously to get it uploaded to LIMS. Do you know if that has been completed?
Chair Payne, yes, it has been completed. I just emailed all the council members with the links. It is the report and the presentation are both online in LIMS. They're in two separate files because this is a joint meeting of the audit committee and the city council. I'll read the legislative file, the council file, just since that's maybe a little bit more commonly accessed. It's file 2026-00453. But either way, the reports can be accessed both directly from today's council agenda and the audit committee agenda.
Thank you for that update. I know that we ran out of the printed copies in the chambers. So for anybody following along, you can now read the full report. Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you. I first want to start off by thanking Mr. Moturi and his family and friends for their advocacy on his case. Same goes for the family of Allison Lussier and the community at large, as well as the family and community around Mariah Samuels. Thank you for your advocacy. We really wouldn't be here having this discussion without you, so I really, really appreciate that. I wanted to thank the audit staff. This is a good body of work. Thank you. I'm happy that you're here in our city, and I'm happy that you put this together. Thank you. I have a ton of questions and comments and things to dig into, and I think much of that we'll get into at a later date when this comes before the City Council. But I have a few things I wanted to flag for staff so that we can have a better conversation later. And a couple questions for Audit while you're here. The first is, you had mentioned early in the report on Mr. Moturi's case that you had spoken to most but not all officers that you wanted to speak to. Can you talk about that a little bit? And are there officers that you are still wishing to speak to, or what blocked you from speaking to them?
Chair Payne, Councilmember Stevenson, great question. Yeah, we did run into some frustration with not being able to talk to a few officers. I will say that after we got through some coming to understanding with the police department and specifically the Minneapolis Police Federation, we had great cooperation from individual officers, leaders within the organization. In fact, we had the chief and the commissioner, the chief specifically put out a policy directive to communicate with us. The officers we were unable to speak to, one of them had left the department, and we do not have authority to subpoena testimony. And three others were on extended leaves of absence, and so for the same reasons, we were unable to speak with them. I do think that, in both the Lussier and the Moturi case, we still had very thorough response and cooperation from MPD. I will say that I would have liked to have talked to a couple of those that we were unable to.
Okay. In the initial time when you were having trouble speaking with the officers, do you have any specific recommendations about how the city council or what policies could be put in place to guarantee that future audits don't have this trouble?
I do, and thank you for that question, Chair Payne and Councilmember Stevenson. I think as far as this review goes and culturally within the city itself, I think through now going through this once very publicly to get cooperation from individual officers, I think that through the commissioner and the chief's directives, it is clear that they must follow the city charter, which requires them to cooperate with audit. The recommendation that I have for council actually is a conversation that started, and that is we are going to be seeking subpoena authority for our office that aligns with that of the state auditor and the legislative auditor. I think being the largest city in the state of Minnesota, it makes sense for us to have language that is parallel to that of those audit entities. And so that is the conversation that we've started. It does require state legislation and potentially some tweaks to city ordinance beyond that. But that is the tool that I would ask that when the time comes that the council helps support.
Okay, yes. Please reach out to my office when you're ready for city ordinance. I'd love to help champion that with
Thank
you. I have a question that first came up during finding 4 on Mr. Moturi's case, but then was basically a question I had for all the following findings as well, and maybe also for the questions I just had. And that's basically what accountability is being done to make sure that this is followed. So in finding 4, the recommendation, reinforce expectations through policy and training for designating bias and weapons involved in incidents within police reports. There's some good responses from MPD here. It says active implementation, but I want to know whether this is a question for you or maybe it's a question for the police chief. I'm not sure. What are we going to have on the back end for after this is implemented? If it is not followed in the future, what will happen?
Chair Payne and Councilmember Stevenson, that's a really good question, and you're thinking like an auditor here because the recommendation, as you noted, is to create something. The response is we've created it. Audit often comes in, but we should not be the first. Every department within the city needs to manage their own risks. They need to manage their own expectations, and that includes the police department. And so it's beyond just this one recommendation. It's with all policy. It's with all procedures, and this is specific to how reports are being completed. There needs to be an internal mechanism, if not, and I think MPD to an extent does have this. So to get to the specific answer, I think that's a question for someone else. But I would say that from Audit's perspective, if there isn't that review within the department itself, that's problematic. I hate to say this, but people shouldn't rely on audit to find mistakes.
Okay, yeah. Mr. O'Hara, I don't know if you want to address this now or you want to mark this as something to come more prepared with for our next conversation, but I'd like to hear from you either now or later about what accountability measures are going to be put in place or are currently in place for these different findings.
Welcome, Chief.
Council President, Council Member, thank you. Yes, there's a lot. Obviously, dozens of findings. We will be meeting internally each week to track implementation. There's a variety of people who are responsible for different parts of it. Some of them, I know there was mentioned earlier with dates and things like that, some of them involve technology that needs to be researched. So that's why there's some distinction with that. And some of the responses have multiple things that we need to do to address it. So that's why one may be completed, another one is actively being implemented. And then once things are implemented and in policy, if someone were to violate it, then it's the standard disciplinary process.
Okay. Maybe in the next time we come back and talk about this, if you could come ready to talk about issues with the standard disciplinary process and ways in which the council could intervene to improve that process. We had a private discussion about this, so you'll remember. So anyways, please come ready to talk about that so we can have concrete things that we can do to improve our city.
Yes, Council President. Thank you.
I probably am out of time. I'm not sure. I have many more things here. but I think I'll yield to another member.
Member Engelhardt.
Yes, I want to echo what Councilmember Chavez and Stevenson have said, and I appreciate the family and community holding public officials and all of our entities accountable, including coming to inauguration and demanding that apology. Specifically, a little bit more information on, I did hear the answer that the 4 individuals that were not able to be interviewed, was there anything, you felt like you got robust enough answers, but where would it have tied in if they would have been able to be interviewed? And then also in these interviews and the relation to the Police Federation and representation and that sort of thing, were these interviews done in the realm of a formal investigation where they received Tennyson and Garrity warnings and that sort of thing, so they could be used for follow-up if there is accountability in terms of performance management up to and including discipline?
Chair Payne and committee member, good question. So I'm going to start with your second question, and that is these were not used with Tennyson and Garrity, and that is going to be and has been the Office of City Auditor standard practice. I can provide you some historical context on this and documentation because it was a very difficult process to work through some of the concerns that the Federation had. And I will say that Audit, our role is not to perform labor relations investigations. Our role is not to perform criminal investigations. Our role is to get accurate, transparent, and truthful information into the public's hands. It is to look for policies and procedures and laws that are being violated and to draw attention to those, and it is to find internal controls that are lacking. And so we really had to come into this review with the same mindset and the same methodology that we do with all of our audits. That said, with the 4 individuals we were unable to speak to, I do think that by and large we got all of the information that we wanted. I will share that I think that if we had spoken with some of those individuals, it may have crossed into questions about individual activity, and I can't answer what they would have told us, what information we would have gotten. So it would be really speculative of me to say that it would have helped or it would have hurt the our actual audit. What I can say is that with a couple of them, I'm just very frustrated that we weren't able to speak with them. One, in fact, before they left the city, told us they would not speak with us, and we missed that opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer and for your work. So, would the nature of the interviews or investigation, if there was to be performance management done in the realm of labor relations, that would have to be a separate investigation, and would any of what was gathered be able to be used for that?
Chair Payne, committee member, the audit report we try to write to speak for itself, the presentation and the report. And so that, of course, could be used however it needs to be used, whether that's by the families, by the media, by the council, by the administration. But ultimately, our service is to point out the findings and the recommendation to improve process within the administration. That said, we have to separate anything that is individually identifiable for those reasons, because this is not a labor relations investigation. And so, no, in theory, there should be no connection.
Thank you. Could you identify the contract bargaining agreement language that limits the lateral hires and that at some future date? It's a reference, but an article and section would be helpful.
Chair Payne, I think that's a good one to add to the follow-up list for MPD. I don't know that And quite frankly, I'm kind of curious myself.
Okay. And then in Appendix F, page 16 of the appendixes, it very clearly states, that it can be grounds for discipline if it's not followed. But that's, so failure to follow policy, actually it's on page 18, I'm sorry. But I do not see that throughout the rest of the policies that have been updated and are in review. And in order to hold my day job, where I'm on leave from right now, is I represent state employees under the same law that is why Police Federation has collective bargaining. And we have to be clear about the consequences of not following these policies. And I'm wondering why it's not throughout. I only see it in the one policy in terms of failure to follow policy.
Chair Payne and committee member, I think that is another great follow-up for MPD. I agree. I see it on one, and I don't see it on all. Possibly it is clearly articulated in the contract, but it makes me wonder why one and not others, so that's a good flag.
Do we know why MPD did not receive or ask for the medical examiner's report until Audit asked?
Chair Payne and committee member, I do not.
That might be a future follow-up question. And then just on to Davis Moturi, why do we have any more information on why officers stepped away to talk to? Why couldn't one officer stay in contact with Sawchuk on the April 8th of 24, and why wasn't the 14th? Was there a reason given why it wasn't escalated or forwarded?
Chair Payne, Councilmember Committee Member Engelhardt, as far as stepping away, the responding officers in that case they were not aware of the HRO. They were not aware of the existing warrants when they arrived on scene, and when they arrived on scene, it was an active physical altercation, and so they were securing the scene, ensuring that the two folks that were fighting were separated. At that time, I would suggest, and I am not a police officer, but I would suggest when there's an active fight that that the individuals would likely normally be detained until they're identified. That did not happen in this case. I don't know why, but they also, until he retreated back into his home, did not know the history that if he goes into his home, he's never coming out. And so, I mean, I look at it from two angles, and one is, could they have done something differently? Yes. Did they have any idea what they were coming up against? No. So it's, I don't want to second guess the individual officers in that case, but I do think that there was an opportunity, and maybe an opportunity to educate on future cases that this is why it is so important to detain while you identify. And there was another part of your question about a specific date.
Yeah, on the 14th of October with Davis Moturi, why was that not escalated or forwarded? It's on the timeline. Let's see. The gun call, the 911 gun call on October 14, 2024.
Got it. Chair Payne and committee member, I do not believe that we have the answer to that question, but I will defer. Do you know by chance? Would you like me to? Yes, thank you. Chair, this is Alan Courier from Hogan Adams.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Council Member. I will just repeat Mr. Timmerman's statement. We don't know the reason the individual patrol officer who responded to that case did not escalate it, but our interviews indicated that leadership was not aware of it. So at the lower level of patrol officers, at some point, there was an oversight. That's why it didn't get escalated. Thank you.
No further questions.
Councilmember Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I want to start by expressing sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Auditor, your team, and the folks at Hogan Adams. You know, I'll speak to this as a survivor of domestic violence myself, but you know, every aspect of that type of harm is tragic. And in these cases, or in this case in particular, but really both of these cases, they're every aspect equally is tragic, right? To ask for help so many times and not receive it, and for Mr. Moturi to pay the price of being so deeply harmed and experiencing such violence, and honestly being lucky to be alive, and for Miss Lussier, that she paid the ultimate price with her life. And I think a part of the tragedy of these experiences is that that the suffering happens in silence, and it happens without the light of day. And I want to thank you for helping shed some light into the truth of what happened. That has confirmed really what the families and loved ones and community members of these individuals have told us all along, that they were wronged, that they were harmed, and that it was a failure at a systemic level. Thank you. A few questions, and I think I'm going to, I don't have my thoughts organized enough to go through each case separately, so we'll have to go back and forth a couple times here. But I want to start with the officers that you were not able to speak to. I want to just confirm a few things. Am I understanding correctly that there are 4 officers that you were not able to speak to that you would have otherwise been interested in doing so?
Chair Payne and committee member, that's correct.
And of the 4, 3 are on leave and 1 has separated from the city.
Chair Payne, committee member, yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I'll first start with the 3 that are on leave. Is there anything that you are able to tell us about the form of leave? As in, is this disciplinary leave, or is this leave that these officers have a right to through state laws like medical leave or whatnot?
I don't believe I can answer that question. I'm going to defer to the audit committee's city attorney representative to let me know if I can answer that question.
Welcome, and if you could introduce yourself.
Of course, Chair Payne, members of the Audit Committee, City Council, Joseph Jensen, Assistant City Attorney. Through the Chair, Member Chuck Tai, I don't believe it would be appropriate to answer that on the record, but we can look into it.
Excellent. So I think it would be really, I would like to know what form of leave, so if there's a way for you to communicate that, I would really like to receive that information. I don't need to know the details, I just want to know what form of leave.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll come back to Auditor Timmerman. Of my understanding is the officer that separated from the city was a sergeant who was assigned Ms. Lussier's case. Is that accurate?
Chair Payne and committee member, I can't answer that question.
Okay. Can you tell me, so again, I'll say my understanding is that particular officer who has separated from the city, that they separated from the city approximately 1 month after the chief's directive to cooperate with the city auditor's office was issued. In that month that passed in between, am I understanding correctly that your office attempted to contact that officer to speak with them?
Chair Payne and committee member, one of the 4 officers we were unable to speak with, I don't remember in that window that you just described, I don't remember the exact date of when it occurred, but yes, we reached out to an officer who gave us a 1-sentence answer that said, "I'm not going to participate." Do you mind if I elaborate just a little bit on why
Please.
I can't answer questions?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Chair Payne, it's really important to the Office of City Auditor to be as transparent as possible. That is something, that is a virtue of our office to help build trust within the community. We, like all of us, when we have information that we are unable to share because of the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act, I would be violating the state law if I shared certain information. And so, although I would love to share this information, I think that some of it, as you've alluded to, is available in other resources, and it's probably in some of the same resources where I learned of it.
Sounds good, thank you. I think an administrative follow-up for the police department would be to understand for the officer that has since separated, certainly, but refused to meet with or cooperate with the city auditor's office as part of this after-action review, whether the police department disciplined that clear violation of a superior officer's directive. So I'd just like to know if any disciplinary action was pursued for the officer that refused following the chief's directive. Okay, this is really helpful. Thank you. I think this is a conversation we have started in the audit committee this week, but I think as part of traditional audits and the way that audits like this are presented to the audit committee and then subsequently published, usually they follow that same template that you have outlined here today, where you will describe a finding or a risk, and how you and some thought logic and some additional supplementary information as to how you reach that conclusion, and then you'll include a management response, and that's over here too. Can you help illuminate for the two bodies here and for the public, what is the mechanism through which you verify the accuracy or the truthfulness of management response, in this case of MPD response?
Chair Payne and committee member Chugtai, that's a really good question because I didn't get to that with my last response. So we do ask for documentation, and so like what MPD provided, they provided their response and then they provided a number of appendices to evidence their response. We do the exact same thing when we follow up. We do not, we trust but verify. That is a audit phrase that is commonly used.
Thank you. So in that vein, I think something that really struck me in reading this report is because the nature of both of these cases is different. That the findings and recommendations that you provided in both cases are different. They touch similar themes at times, but one recommendation that came out of both, almost verbatim, was the tone at the top and the breakdown of relationship between the chief of police here at the city of Minneapolis and the city and the Hennepin County attorney. That I think is really compelling as the common theme between both of these cases in this after action review. The management response, or the MPD response to that, I think is something along the lines of the chief having a willingness or an openness to being in communication with, a relationship with the Hennepin County Attorney. I would imagine that's the kind of thing that there isn't additional verification for. But as we were sitting here receiving this information, I reached out to the chief of staff, to the county attorney, and asked, if there are regular meetings or any type of standing regular communication that is happening between the chief and the county attorney, and the chief of staff's response was no, that is not happening right now. And so follow-up that I have for the police department, Mr. Chair, and clerks, is I would like the police department to give us some further information as to whether any regular communication, like what is recommended, like weekly emails, monthly phone calls, whether that has been pursued by the chief, and what the plan is to move forward with that type of communication. These two tragedies happen in part, as you have found in this after action review, because of the breakdown of communication between the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and the Minneapolis Police Department from the top, and then that trickles down. And I find unacceptable right now is that all this time into this process, and yet no regular communication happens between these two leaders. That is paramount to saving the lives of residents in our city. And clerks, please let me know if you want me to make that more concise and send that over to you. I think my next question is for Hogan Adams, actually. There are, I think, very early on in this report, on page 3, there's some mention of some documents from the county that you were unable to obtain. Like you were able to receive a lot of documentation through MPD. Is there anything you weren't able to receive as part of your review because it was not in your jurisdiction to be able to ask for that information from the county?
Looks like we just lost the chair, but committee, or I guess we've got the vice chair and committee member Chuck Tai. We were ultimately able to see pretty much everything that we wanted to see. We would have loved to have talked to people at the medical examiner's office, but that was outside our jurisdiction. But because the police department did ultimately get a copy of the medical examiner's report, that was able to be reviewed by the team.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Timmerman, just a few more questions for you. I apologize. And it struck me, and I can see from the report and the slide deck that it struck you too, that the police department did not request the medical examiner's report until the July of 2025, while you were undergoing the after action review, and you asked for that information and learned from the department that they had yet to ask for this from the medical examiner. I think that detail really broke my heart in that the ongoing investigation of the death of Allison Lussier was being discussed publicly, and yet the police department had failed to request this basic piece of information, which confirms that the cause of Miss Lussier's death was the injury to her head. As you were discussing this with personnel, Did you come to understand at all what the rationale was for not asking for this information from the investigative unit?
Yes, Chair Payne and Committee Member Chugtai, I'm glad you asked that because that level of detail is in the report itself, and I think that there's some value in sharing that. So our understanding is that on a DOA case where there is a deceased individual and the police or emergency medical services arrives, that when it is believed that it is a natural death, a death caused by drugs, that MPD may not always need to investigate the case. In this case, that transitioned into a murder investigation. And what we were told is even in cases like this, the investigator may not always get the medical examiner's report, which, as baffled as you are, I was. I think that there may be no legal requirement for them to do so. There may be no, professional standards requirement for them to do so. But it's striking that when there was confusion about cause of death, manner of death, unknowns about manner of death, that through the investigation, through the start of what would end up being a lengthy audit, that it wasn't until nearly 2 years after her death that MPD themselves had a copy of that. I'm a layman, right? So maybe they have an answer for that. But that being said, it certainly provided the evidence necessary to corroborate the fact that information that was shared with the media was inaccurate, that information that was shared with the family was inaccurate, and that the classification or description of Ms. Lussier being a drug addict or dying from a drug overdose was not supported by the ME's report. Had we not seen the ME's report, I would have had a lot more questions coming into this meeting. So I am glad that certain individuals within the police department fought tooth and nail to get us a copy of that because, as Ms. Hogan said, we do not have insight into county records. But MPD, as the investigating body, as the investigating agency, absolutely has a right to that. And by way of our city charter, we then do. I think it would have been very problematic had we not been able to verify that.
Yeah, I think then for administrative follow-up for the police department, I would just like to hear the rationale as to why they did not obtain the medical examiner's report for 2 years while this case remained open and still does to this day. I have 3 questions left for you. The next 2 will be related to Ms. Lussier's case. The domestic assault unit is referenced throughout the report. Would you happen to know, or maybe you can confer with the chief about this? How many officers are assigned to the domestic assault unit, and what's the number of investigators that are assigned there? I hear the concerns raised around short staffing or not enough resources devoted to this unit, the need for expanding that. But I don't think I understand the status quo right now around how many.
was watching the meeting and now it's that camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See? Something's wrong.
At least on the YouTube page.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why.
Yeah, we're figuring out.
Turn that box.
Is it back?
No.
In a Minnesota correctional facility, and his anticipated release date is somewhere around 2030, I believe. Are you aware, or I would imagine auditors did ask the department about this as it relates to their open investigation, ongoing investigation into the death of Ms. Lussier. Are you aware if the police department or any investigator in the department has interviewed Mr. Foss to establish something like as basic as his alibi on the days that led up to the death of Ms. Lussier?
Chair Payne, committee member Chuck Tai, yes, investigators early on did, in fact, attempt to interview Mr. Foss at least twice, and he invoked his Fifth Amendment rights both times.
Understood. Wow. Okay, and then in Mr. Moturi's case, this is my last question. I think on page 10 of the report, there's reference to, and I think what you're establishing in the findings that you're presenting in the lead up to this is whether a search warrant was needed for officers to enter into Mr. Sawchak's home to arrest him when there was when a warrant was issued for his arrest. And then I think the report goes on to say that obtaining a search warrant to enter a suspect's home is certainly best practice because it reduces the risk of litigation and allows the police department time to assess the safety risks of entering the suspect's home to execute the warrant. It is not unlawful, however, to enter a suspect's home to execute an arrest warrant in certain situations. Do you, as you were completing this after-action review, did you get an understanding as to why the department did not pursue a search warrant to be able to execute here?
Chair Payne and committee member Chuck Tai, I got a real sense after watching many interactions on body-worn camera that the individual officers responding took great effort to find creative solutions to effectuate an arrest. I think that the officers also demonstrated that, through my observations, that they are likely trained very significantly on infringing upon individuals' constitutional rights. In addition, I think they are trained very heavily on officer and community safety. And whether I agree or not with their decisions, ultimately an individual officer who makes a decision to go into somebody's house to execute an arrest warrant without a search warrant, or even to follow somebody into their home in hot pursuit, the risk is on that individual officer on whether they've violated somebody's constitutional rights. And so I can, to an extent, understand some apprehension there. I will say that is why the rising concern is lack of escalation in certain cases. I do think that everybody within that particular precinct was well aware of what was happening, and they were making efforts to monitor that home. But I think there was more that likely could have been done. I think legally there was more that could have been done when it comes to that. But there's also that fine balance that MPD knew that Mr. Sawchuk was a potential harm to himself or to others. And that came out when the SWAT team ultimately did effectuate the arrest. There was a lot of conversation through the media and the community that MPD did nothing for 5 days. I think that is, again, not true. I think that it was not shared widely that MPD was monitoring Mr. Sawchuk's house 24 hours a day. And during that time, they were doing their standard risk. SWAT team has policies. It is probably one of the areas within this review that I feel very comfortable saying they've got their stuff together. And so the time that they took, I truly believe, was necessary to assess that risk. So I would say that is the level of risk assessment when you know somebody is violent, when you know somebody has mental health concerns, and it is a shut-in. I think the level of care that they went, or that they had going into executing that arrest warrant and that search warrant was warranted. Were there earlier cases where maybe they could have gone in hot pursuit following him? Yes, probably. But again, I am not the trained expert in police tactics. I just know that what I heard from SWAT was very informative.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. I think the reason that those 5 days felt so offensive to community members was, while Mr. Moturi was fighting for his life in the hospital, that it took so long for the perpetrator of like the injury that he suffered was at home, and that had. I certainly believe that every person and every case of this nature where there's, a complex situation and the person is very erratic, has a weapon, has used that weapon, is clearly a threat to themselves and to other people around them, that they should be treated with that level of care. But it's also undeniable that not every person in our community is offered that exact consideration, and that had Mr. Sawchuk's race been different, he likely would have been, his home would have been entered long before. I think I'll end with thanking Mr. Moturi, Ms. Moturi, and the community that has rallied with them in pursuit of justice for the violence that Mr. Moturi and Ms. Moturi were subjected to. I want to thank the family of Ms. Lussier and the community of folks that continue to work to bring attention to missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, for your incredible work. Without it, we would not be here today. Without it, we would not know the truths that we do today. And these are things that you've known all along and you have been fighting for all along. It's an incredible thing that that these are objective truths now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, both of these are such sad and tragic events in our city, and I am so sorry to these families. My heart goes out to all of you. Most of what I am thinking in this moment is simply a reflection and some clarifying questions from having gone through police audits for many years. What my colleagues know all too well in our day-to-day roles is how often neighbor-to-neighbor and domestic disputes demand enormous amounts of city time. That includes our council offices, and also at times when things get escalated, our police department. And for years and years, I've inherited some pernicious situations from my predecessor 13 years ago that still are ongoing today. I'm going to work to keep my focus and questions directly on the audit, since that is the unique opportunity for council members not in audit committee here to have today. We can have more discussion later, but we know quite a lot about Mr. Moturi because because of what has happened to him, he's reached outward. He's reached out to all of us. He's reached out to others to get his voice and his story heard. We know quite a bit less about Mr. Sawchuk. We know that Mr. Sawchuk was a known recluse with severe mental health issues. I think you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that he was seen as unfit for we know quite a bit less about Mr. Sawchuk. We know that Mr. Sawchuk was a known recluse with severe mental health issues. I think you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that he was seen as unfit for we know quite a bit less about Mr. Sawchuk. We know that Mr. Sawchuk was a known recluse with severe mental health issues. I think you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that he was seen as unfit for
case, slide 20. And it states that they moved into their home September of 2023. And then on October 11th, Mr. Moturi made the 911 call to report that this individual was yelling racial slurs at him and threatened him about a tree. It said that this individual already was the subject of numerous complaints by other neighbors, okay? So there was a home ownership exchange, right? You stated in your audit that the previous homeowner had a harassment order against this individual and that the new homeowner was reluctant about obtaining one because the calls went unanswered. You didn't know that somebody else had bought the house and moved into the house and was a new subject of what was happening. So this property and this individual should already have been on your radar because he was at a dangerous onset to the community, period. Okay? So when we talk about the 5-day waiting period for him to be arrested after the offense had occurred, it was more than 5 days. We're talking about multiple years of violence that had perpetuated and haunted this community by this individual. Let's start there. Now I want to look at slide number 27, finding number 2. And slide 29, because they're both on the same page of information that you've shared with us, about this not being assigned to responding officers constantly. That's showing up there. It's not being assigned. It's not being assigned. It's not being assigned. It's not being assigned. And the negligence of what happens in a pre-brief and debrief when officers change shifts. How does that work? Because when there's a shift change and there's a pre-briefing and a debriefing of what happened in a previous shift for officers that are on duty, then information should be relayed to individuals about what the climate of the community is at that moment. And if there's multiple police calls that are coming in to this address, not only is it reported as a problem property to the city, but it's also reported as a problem property with the police department because they're getting constant calls from that neighborhood from onset of ongoing activity. So the fact that Moturi neglected to file an HRO because of the negligent history and the failure to response by MPD, even though they knew the previous history of the former owner and having the previous history of harassment orders that had been implemented in that community from said perpetrator, from neighbors, and also victimizing this community as a whole, MPD had a fiduciary responsibility to that community to immediately escalate what was happening and neglected to do so. So that disheartens me. That makes me extremely sad because this is not foreign behavior. This should not have ever gotten to this point in ever. There's not a reason that you could tell me that it should have ever gotten to this point just based on the history. We got to look at the historical context. Mr. Moturi was a new resident in this space, but the history continued to perpetuate in that same area for an overextended amount of time. So that angers me, and I just want to point that out. So whatever needs to be done to remedy the historical and include the historical context when you're looking at situations involving victims or victimized neighborhoods or neighbors or community members, when they're telling you constantly over and over again there's a problem. We look at the execution of arrest warrants. You were talking about you didn't want to violate its Fourth Amendment rights or whatever the situation was. It says the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution prohibits law enforcement officers from engaging in unreasonable search and seizure, and states that no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation. You had plenty of affirmations from individuals throughout the community that said that probable cause was in place for a warrant to be issued for you to go up in there, because you not only provided a disservice to Mr. Moturi, but you also provided a disservice to the perpetrator, who was in mental health crisis, clearly, okay? And there was a history of him being civilly committed or having whatever, couldn't stand trial in previous cases or whatever. So the history was there. It was already a known fact. And I think because he was a Caucasian male, it wasn't made an area of priority. And that is what has me, Fannie Lou Hamer, tired of it being a drawn line of separatism of where value is placed when you look at predetermining factors of who's making the complaint. So that hurts me to my core. At the same time that this situation was going on, there were numbers of other issues and complaints that were coming through around that same geographical area about individuals who are in mental health crisis that are terrorizing the neighborhood, and nobody does anything about it because they're white males. Because they're white males. And that needs to stop. Like, I don't know what ordinance or law needs to be written into whatever, but somebody need to get somebody's cousins under control. Next, I want to pay attention to finding slide 5, slide 57, finding 5, slide 57, and finding 7, still in the case of our beloved sister, Miss Allison. I think it's great that we have these domestic violence navigators working with our police department. But my question becomes is, how bad does domestic violence have to get for it to be taken seriously? Because in fear, if you've ever been a victim of domestic or sexual violence, there is a fear that riddles through your body, through your soul, into your core, that makes it difficult for you to tell your truth, because in so many ways you blame yourself for the outs that you didn't take. So it disheartens me to hear and to see in the findings of these slides that when victims stop responding or participating in investigations, that you're saying that it is difficult to move forward with that investigative process. Here it is, our beloved sister had multiple calls to the police department, and her family also pleaded on her behalf just the same. With that being said, there was full cooperation of people who were reaching out for the safety, health, and welfare for her that could have allowed, again, the probable cause existed there because there were the community complaints. This 72-hour period of time does not institute the police going on a manhunt for these individuals. I know, because I was assaulted and reassaulted within that 72-hour period, okay? And nobody was out running around searching and looking for them, okay? They were not looking on a manhunt. They wasn't going to their mama's house, their cousin's house, where they hang out at, and all of these other things in order to get this violent perpetrator off the street. And now this individual is in jail now for a crime that he committed towards somebody else, because during that 72-hour period of time, nobody was looking for this individual. So he had the freedom and the liberty to go out there and perpetuate violence on somebody else. Shame. Shame. That pains my core. Shame. I am upset because I know what it's like to be on the other end of that 72 hours. I don't know what it's gonna take for people to get this stuff right, and what the training, the whatever the case is, but all of this information is, and I thank you for your audit, but it's disgusting. Because what it does is it tells on the negligence. It tells on what fell between the cracks, and that there is a lot of work that needs to be done. It's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm not saying that it's going to be fixed overnight, but it saddens me and it hurts me to my core to know that we continue to lose victims, we continue to fail our neighbors in this capacity, and that cries for help fall on deaf ears, especially when it comes from individuals in Black and brown communities. And I just really want better. I really want our police department to do better. I just do. I really want there to be a better working relationship between our chief and the county attorney. I don't know if it's Mary or whomever it may be, because I know there's going to be a change of arms, but I'm talking about that relationship needs to be tight as a frog's bottom. For everything that comes from our investigators who investigate crimes, who are looking into information of things that happen without our community, they need to be communicating and pushing for the charge of these crimes. They need to be pushing for the warrants with these things, because sometimes the victims can't speak. And just because my voice is silent doesn't mean that I am invaluable. Just because I've been silenced out of fear or out of death does not make me invaluable. It doesn't. So you got to do better. You have to do better. I'm speaking to my chief here, and Mary Moriarty know that I've already checked her. She knows that.
Can we
So I
keep the
really
conversation on
want
the
better
audit?
for our community, and I really, truly want the relationships that we are fighting so hard to ensure that they exist within our departments, cross-departmentally, to exist and be stronger. Whatever that needs to happen. Because that's the only way we're going to be able to effectively heal from situations like this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Whiting in queue. Councilmember Stevenson, do you have a hard stop that you need to? Should we get to Whiting first, and do you have time?
Well, I don't know, maybe Councilmember Whiting needs to go as well.
I'm just in queue for Committee Member Williams.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Stevenson.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. I got to get to agenda setting soon, so I got to leave. Just a couple of things. I'll be really fast. One, we're talking about DOA. There was just something talking about DOA, and you were mentioning overdose deaths, and that wouldn't be looked into necessarily as a homicide. You have no control over this, but I just want to flag that looking into overdose deaths with urgency would be extremely valuable for our city and our community. And I think those should warrant some kind of investigation, whether we're arresting the people who sold them the drugs or the network that got the drugs into their hands. Secondly, you mentioned the contract issue of civil servants not being able to be hired at the sergeant level. I just want to flag for everyone here that the next time we have a contract negotiation, this is something we got to fix. We got to be hiring more people in. And, you can go into the military, you have a master's degree, you have a different degree, you go into the military and you go into the officer level. So, yeah, this is something we got to fix. Next, I was hoping to hear from the chief, what mechanism are you using? Is it monthly emails or monthly meetings with the Hennepin County Attorney?
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Todd Barnett, Commissioner of Community Safety. Through the chair,
Councilmember Stevenson, this is something that Chief O'Hare and I have been talking about over the last couple of days. It's going to be incumbent upon me to reach out to the county attorney, Mary Moriarty. I have a professional relationship with her prior to coming here that I think can be helpful in mending this professional relationship where communication can happen more frequently. I'm not sure what her thoughts are about how frequent the meeting should take place, but I told Chief O'Hara I thought that it would be beneficial if I do the outreach for that.
Okay, that sounds great. I'll put in my 2 cents. I think a monthly meeting would be great. I have monthly meetings with people who I disagree with. It's just important to do. Next, I wanted to ask, maybe this is a legal question, I'm not sure. There has been a lot of talk, both on this body and in the community, that the reason that officers were not able to arrest Mr. Sawchuk much earlier is that because of the banning of no-knock warrants, they were not allowed to go get him in his home. I just want to clarify, does anyone, I don't know if the auditor, the attorneys, I don't know, the chief, does anyone know, was there a significant legal barrier where it was impossible to go into Mr. Sawchuk's home?
Mr. Timmerman?
Chair Payne and Councilmember Stevenson, I don't know that there was any discussion related to no-knock warrants in this case, so I would have to defer to MPD on whether or not that was in consideration. That did not come up to my knowledge in our conversations. We did have conversations generally about no-knock warrants, and no-knock warrants are very clearly restricted, regulated, and that is certainly something that is commonly understood across the MPD. As far as the last part of your question, I mean, I really think it came down to individual officers have to make a decision. And I get a sense that the training is you're not going to go in there and potentially violate their Fourth Amendment rights. And I mean, that is, again, that is just factual that I'm sharing with you, and it's not my opinion on whether that's right or wrong. But that is the observation that we made, is that officers seem to rely heavily on not violating Mr. Sawchuk's Fourth Amendment rights in this case.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy that officers are thinking about people's Fourth Amendment rights. To me, it just seems logical that somebody higher up, or they would have instituted some kind of process in order to alleviate Fourth Amendment concerns, but also arrest him. It's my understanding, the reason I brought this up is because it's my understanding that there are many ways in order to alleviate those concerns and also arrest him before having shot somebody. And so I'd just like to hear, I don't know if we should mark this down for staff follow-up, but I'd like clarification about whether I'm correct, and B, whether that is commonly known in MPD, and what the, I just want to know more about this, because we need people apprehended before they shoot our neighbors. And then I have one more question, and then two comments. The first, when it came to finding 12 in Allison Lussier's case, I don't have that in front of me, but I was curious, it talks about a lack of investigative capacity in MPD. Is this an area where civilian investigators could fill that gap? And do we have either contractual or ordinance issues that would prevent that?
Chair Payne, Councilmember Stevenson, that is my understanding, is it's the same issue that we've discussed already as far as coming into sergeant, lieutenant type of levels. Most investigators are sergeants, and there are lieutenant level investigators as well. And so I do believe it's the same contractual issue.
Okay. Is there state law that prevents a civilian investigator from having that kind of role?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't know.
Okay, also flagging that for my colleagues, we should, the next time we negotiate a contract, deal with this as well. And then 2 comments. One, for many people listening who are, and you feel free to sit down. For those who are familiar with Tekle Sundberg's case, comments that were made here would be very frustrating. I hear you. And also just a suggestion, a lot of these findings talk about better documentation. I have some experience from the medical field where documentation is both a very important thing and also a barrier to seeing more patients. So I completely empathize that officers have many things to do and documentation can be, could theoretically bog them down. What if we had CSOs act as scribes for officers? That seems, I don't know if they could get credits in their degree for doing that. Scribes in the medical field sometimes get that sort of thing, but that seems like an excellent way of alleviating documentation concerns while getting really good documents. And that's all for me, and thank you, Mr. President. I got to leave.
Member Williams.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Mr. Timmerman, I will make this brief. I know you've been here for a while, but I just want to get some clarification from an audit lens, just understanding both how we came to some of the recommendations and then the next steps. Throughout both of the cases and the recommendation, it talked about things like updating procedures, a lot of references of training, documentation, as we just mentioned. Is that addressing a compliance issue by the officer, meaning there's something there that's not being followed? Is that addressing a comprehension issue, meaning that they may or may not understand it? Or are we simply saying that there are not a procedure that exists that would have helped in these situations?
Chair Payne, Committee Member Williams, that's a good question. I think it's all of them. I think that there are instances in these findings where the officers responding, could benefit from a refresh on the training and on what the procedures are. One example that comes to mind is how officers work with victims, especially victims of domestic violence. I think officers are heavily trained on personal safety, officer safety, and get significantly less training on how to talk to people, how to work with victims. I know that Councilmember Palmisano talked to this, that early on in training, there's extensive training on this. I don't think there's a lot of tabletop exercises, if any, that further that through an officer's career. And so when it comes to some of the recommendations, it's certainly training related. It certainly could be compliance related. But in many of these cases, it's just not written into the procedure, and it should be.
Gotcha. And then as we think about, I know we've talked about the dates to follow up. Going forward, is this part of your office's continuous review process? So yes, we'll look when we have some of these dates at the end of the year, 2 years, 3 years. Is this part of your overall scope going forward to ensure these are being looked at and adjusted as necessary prior to issues coming up?
Chair and committee member, yes, I might not be understanding your question fully, but they are going to go on to our standard list of findings and recommendations that we track, monitor, and follow up on. And so we will regularly be providing the audit committee with updates on these. As far as continuous beyond that even, I think that it depends on progress, I would say.
And then my final question, and this might be just a nomenclature situation. We typically, when we talk in our audit committee, you have a finding, and then there's an understanding that what you are then telling the office needs to be done, or they're going to take responsibility for not doing that and any consequences that are associated with that. Are these recommendations suggestions of adjustments, or are these recommendations an expectation that things are going to change based on what you have documented here?
Chair and committee member, that is a very good question, and it gets into the weeds of what audit is and what audit does. Recommendations are called recommendations because typically that's the extent of the leverage that audit has. The City Council and the Audit Committee and the Office of City Auditor communicate them as expectations. I think it is ingrained within the culture within the City of Minneapolis that audit recommendations are expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Chugtai?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I think I'll note an administrative follow-up here from the Office of Community Safety and the Police Department. I just went back and double-checked, and I remember in early March 4th, the Police Department came before the Committee of the Whole to present on the effects of Operation Metro Surge. In that conversation, or in the discussion that day, it was brought up by me asking questions of the chief around engagement with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. And back in early March, the chief mentioned that he would be meeting with the commissioner and they would be proactively engaging with the county attorney's office. So it just concerns me that we are here now, nearly 2 months later, and that is still something that is being planned for some unknown date in the future. I find that to be quite unacceptable. So if in the administrative follow-up, the police department and the Office of Community Safety can address what their concrete plans are for engaging with the county attorney's office and for the chief to be meeting regularly with the county attorney, as was outlined in this after-action review for both cases. As a paramount need to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents and to prevent deaths as tragic as Allison Lussier's, that it is paramount that the chief of police and the county attorney have regular communication. So please outline exactly what your plans are to engage with the county attorney. And please, for the love of God, let's not sit here 2 months later with future plans still being considered as to how to reach out to the county attorney, who over and over again publicly states to this body and to the media that she continues to try to reach out and meet with the chief on a regular basis to no avail. So specify in great detail exactly what your plans are to engage with the county attorney, exactly what you are going to propose about a regular cadence of communication between these two leaders. Thank you. Now, a follow-up question for Mr. Timmerman. Earlier, you were responding to a question about the medical examiner's report, and I think you said something along the lines of expressing gratitude for members in the Minneapolis Police Department who, I think you used the term, fought tooth and nail to ensure that a part of the after-action review included an examination of the medical examiner's report. Can you please elaborate on that and why? Who did members of the Minneapolis Police Department have to fight tooth and nail with to obtain such a document?
Chair and committee member, that's thank you for asking for that clarifying question. When I say tooth and nail, sometimes it's very difficult for us to get documents or information. And again, we did not have direct purview into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's records. We sought to get a copy ourselves. They cited Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. We said, yep, we figured. And we followed up with the administration of the police department, and Assistant Chief Blackwell assigned out to an individual to work with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, and through a circle, I think, worked also with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, but we were bothering him daily. And so when I say tooth and nail, it's more that we were putting a lot of pressure on him to get it. And when he got it, it was like, I got it, I'm excited. So that was a casual comment, and I do apologize.
No, it's so helpful to know. I thought, just wasn't sure what the context was there. Thank you for providing it and doing so in this public forum.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Just kind of a few quick questions for you, Mr. Timmerman. I think specifically as we talk about the relationship between MPD and internally here with both the chief and internally at the city kind of apparatus, their relationship with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office generally. I think it might be helpful if you could kind of speak to both, if possible, kind of either the breakdown of that relationship and then the kind of the repair of that harm between both offices.
Chair Payne and Councilmember Whiting, I want to first say something I haven't, but I believe is in the report, and that is at the officer and investigator level and at the assistant attorney level and staff attorney level, it was shared by both the chief and the county attorney that communication is fantastic, relationships work well. We heard that from investigators. We heard that from a lot of people that we spoke with. So I think it's important to not categorize a breakdown in relationship across the two offices. That said, a breakdown, and when you think about internal controls from a true audit perspective, tone at the top is paramount. It's the top, right? And when there is lack of communication, collaboration, and even reports in the media of we don't talk to each other and we don't like each other, it's beyond a normal professional working relationship. I think Councilmember Chugtai said something that I've tried to say and that I will just reiterate is that the county attorney's office has tried reaching out. I mean, that was made very clear to us on a number of occasions. I don't know, other than in our interviews, that there has been a breakdown in communication as to what caused that. I can't speculate. I think those may be even private feelings between those two individuals. But I think that from an audit perspective, I am pleased that they both have demonstrated a willingness to get over it. And I think that for the benefit of the residents of Minneapolis, and I think that for the benefits of future victims, it has to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Timmerman. Yeah, I think it's helpful to understand, right? It seems like it is a breakdown both from kind of on within the MPD and then also at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office as well. And so I think all of us probably sit here on the committee would love to see that relationship be repaired. And if there are things that we can do to help establish, again, continue that relationship, please let us know, particularly, I guess, as it relates to kind of a second question here, really kind of from the case summary and the timeline. I think I'm having, and I will grab just particularly in the case of Davis Moturi, the kind of was that April 5th, 2024, when the Hennepin County Attorney denied the felony charges up with the upwards of, I think, 11 plus calls to 911 on kind of was that in your findings, Mr. Timmerman, was that an evidentiary standard? Was that a lack within a police report? Like, where are we kind of seeing those misses? I would assume it was probably an evidentiary standard, but it looks like it went from not a felony charge, but then was charged at a gross misdemeanor level for the city attorney's office here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, Chair and Council Member, I think that's a pretty good speculation. We don't have a lot of information to share on that. Typically, those decisions are not public information. And so I don't know off the top of my head, but what I do know is that is not public for me to share is those decisions that are made on not charging. What I can share is I was very pleased that Minneapolis has this structure in place to identify that this charge was not moved forward, and so we're going to do it.
Helpful. And I guess in your time both here in the city of Minneapolis and elsewhere, when you see the Hennepin County Attorney's Office's larger prosecutors and county attorneys broadly in other jurisdictions, did those decisions, charging decisions, impact MPD's ability or other jurisdictions' ability to bring forward, or I guess willingness and want to bring forward other charges in similar situations with the same defendant, or I guess I guess it would be the defendant there.
Chair Payne, council member, I think I understand your question, and it's getting at kind of a cultural breakdown, and we get into that into the report. But we did see instances where cases were not charged because of this mindset that it's not going to be charged. And what I feel good about in that situation is I've heard both from the chief and from the county attorney that strongly said they need to file them. I mean, if there's a crime, you file the charges. And so that is where that trickle down of perception really affects an organization. Your staff attorneys, your assistant county attorneys, your investigators, they all might get along really well, but if there's any belief that, well, they're just not going to do this, so I'm not going to do this, that's a cultural problem, and that's a cultural problem that leadership can fix.
Great, thank you. Yeah, you got exactly where I was going there, and so that's, I think, helpful as we kind of try to understand the larger ecosystem that exists both between here within MPD and also in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. And to your point, I think it is helpful as we see those relationships start to come together a bit to kind of continue and change culture, not just at the top, but as it moves throughout MPD and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. Last question here, again, kind of as it relates, I know you note within the findings, particularly about the staffing levels and how staffing in both cases has allowed for a level of maybe sort of kind of falling off the kind of burner, moving to the back burner and sort of things. When you speak to staffing levels, is it usually particular to investigators, patrol officers? If you kind of just could gleam a little more into the more kind of the details and why you kind of brought that up as a recommendation.
Sure, Chair and Council Member. We heard it from everyone. I mean, it permeates the entire department. I know that the department has worked very, very hard to get numbers up, but as we've talked about and as Councilmember Stevenson kind of dug into, is that everyone starts at the officer level. And so it can take 4 or 5 more years for folks to advance into investigatory levels, specialization within investigations, whether that's sex crimes, whether that's homicide, or any of the multitude of other units. And so I think that there was only one division unit that sounded like they felt they were well-staffed, and I can't even recall who that was. And we talked to, I believe, 30 or more folks from the police department.
Great, thank you. That was my last question, and I would just note, I think there is a consensus, probably a unanimous consensus among this body, that there has been a deep failure, both in our kind of criminal justice system across multiple bodies, and I think it is our job as council members, as committee members, to ensure that we continue to kind of bring to light the issues and the kind of systemic issues that we see both here in this report, and encouraged by our public safety leaders, both in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and here with MPD, acknowledging those failures and wanting to move forward in a way that make sure that we don't have continued failures and loss of life due to that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hosbein.
Thank you, Chair Payne. More of a wrap-up comment, maybe. You don't have to wrap up. People can keep going. But I know we've all been here for a long time, and thank you to everyone that's here in this public forum for this. I want to just acknowledge that audit is a path. It's not the only path, and there are so many other pieces that need to continue moving forward. And I want to thank Mr. Timmerman. You've been the focus of most of this commentary from this joint session. And I want to just appreciate that you aren't the doer for a lot of these next steps. So thank you for being the recipient of all of this today. And I would say, just as council joined us today in this joint session, if there are additional follow-ups on these reports that are happening at council, that's one thing that I think I personally on the audit committee want to be a part of and see how we can support on audit committee as well. And I think one thing that was I've been so kind of holding on to from Monday's audit committee meeting is the fact that there's going to be this amazing new process for tracking stakeholders and really demanding true follow-up from the owners of these. So, Mr. Timmerman, you've noted like that audit has a certain set of responsibilities, and this report is a lot of that. You also are taking on that enterprise risk management that the city does not have right now, and I want to thank you for doing that because that is above and beyond the scope of the charter. And I am grateful that we have this charter and this audit committee to do that, but without that higher level enterprise risk management, that's where these things would go. We talked about escalation, we talk about what happens next. We don't have that yet. So that's just want to keep that for this full body at top. And I would say, as I know there are a lot of things that are being sent to staff, I think we can look in June and at other meetings for the audit committee of what really the recommendations mean. There wasn't time to dig into each of those today, but I'm really grateful for the airing of all of this and the public's attendance and almost 4 hours in still being here. This is really important, and I look forward to the committee and council finding the right places for these within the city. So thank you.
Member Chugtai.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. One more administrative follow-up for the clerks. Given the cause of death identified in the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's report of the death of Miss Allison Lussier, is the investigation that is still ongoing within the police department being investigated as a homicide? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no one else left in queue, I want to thank Mr. Timmerman for leading this really challenging work. And again, you took this on your literal first day on the job. And I want to thank all of the family members and advocates who brought us here. So with that, we've completed our business today, and with nothing further to come before this meeting, without objection, both the meeting of the Audit Committee and the City Council are hereby adjourned.
Widely that MPD was monitoring Mr. Sawchek's house 24 hours a day. And during that time, they were doing their standard risk assessment. I will tell you, the SWAT team has procedures. The SWAT team has policies. It is probably one of the areas within this review that I feel very comfortable saying they've got their stuff together. And so the time that they took, I truly believe, was necessary to assess that risk. So I would say that is the level of risk assessment when you know somebody is violent, when you know somebody has mental health concerns, and it is a shut-in. I think the level of care that they went, or that they had going into executing that arrest warrant and that search warrant was warranted. Were there earlier cases where maybe they could have gone in hot pursuit following him? Yes, probably. But again, I am not the trained expert in police tactics. I just know that what I heard from SWAT was very informative.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. I think the reason that those 5 days felt so offensive to community members was, while Mr. Moturi was fighting for his life in the hospital, that it took so long for the perpetrator of like the injury that he suffered was at home, and that had. I certainly believe that every person and every case of this nature where there's, a complex situation and the person is very erratic, has a weapon, has used that weapon, is clearly a threat to themselves and to other people around them, that they should be treated with that level of care. But it's also undeniable that not every person in our community is offered that exact consideration, and that had Mr. Sawchek's race been different, he likely would have been, his home would have been entered long before. I think I'll end with thanking Mr. Moturi, Ms. Moturi, and the community that has rallied with them in pursuit of justice for the violence that Mr. Moturi and Ms. Moturi were subjected to. I want to thank the family of Ms. Lussier and the community of folks that continue to work to bring attention to missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, for your incredible work. Without it, we would not be here today. Without it, we would not know the truths that we do today. And these are things that you've known all along and you have been fighting for all along. It's an incredible thing that these are objective truths now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, both of these are such sad and tragic events in our city, and I am so sorry to these families. My heart goes out to all of you. Most of what I am thinking in this moment is simply a reflection and some clarifying questions from having gone through police audits for many years. What my colleagues know all too well in our day-to-day roles is how often neighbor-to-neighbor and domestic disputes demand enormous amounts of city time. That includes our council offices, and also at times when things get escalated, our police department. And for years and years, I've inherited some pernicious situations from my predecessor 13 years ago that still are ongoing today. I'm going to work to keep my focus and questions directly on the audit, since that is the unique opportunity for council members not in audit committee here to have today. We can have more discussion later, but we know quite a lot about Mr. Moturi. Because because of what has happened to him, he's reached outward. He's reached out to all of us. He's reached out to others to get his voice and his story heard. We know quite a bit less about Mr. Sawchuk. We know that Mr. Sawchuk was a known recluse with severe mental health issues. I think you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that he was seen as unfit for trial and civilly committed a long time ago. I am curious, because of the way this presentation opened, were there any calls from Mr. Sawchuk in these incidents, or was that outside the bounds of his typical behavior? Because from what I've read, and we've all just gotten this report, so I haven't read all of that yet. I'm just curious, because these start as neighbor to neighbor situations.
Chair Payne, Councilmember Palmisano, I do not recall ever hearing of a call that Mr. Sawchuk made to 911. I can't say that it's never happened, but I would certainly recall if that were the case.
Sure.
So no, I don't think it was a part of the pattern that this was both neighbors making complaints on each other.
It isn't ideal.
long.
Yeah, no kidding. Probably that little
I didn't expect it to be this long. Did anybody else? 4 hours. He said it was going to be 2 hours.
That looks pretty good.
Okay, if folks are ready, we'll begin. Thank you for waiting very patiently.
Step up to the mic there.
Thank you all for waiting. That was a very long meeting, very important report to the city by the auditor. We're going to hear from some community members, reactions to the report, and where things stand. And then our last speaker will be Jenna Williams, who's the aunt of Allison Lussier, who very much of the report focused on her case. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, which I think is going to be Lizzie Palmer from Twin Cities Coalition for Justice.
Hello, my name is Lizzie Palmer. I'm a white organizer with the Black-led anti-police brutality organization, Twin Cities Coalition for Justice. We are proud to be standing here today with the multiple families who have lost so much to police misconduct and incompetence. This report has shown what we all have known to be true for decades, that MPD has consistently and repeatedly failed to intervene in domestic violence incidents when the victim is black, brown, or indigenous. Furthermore, it has highlighted the depths and depravity that Chief O'Hare and his pigs will go to in an attempt to cover up their wrongdoings and lies. The simple truth of the matter is that Allison Lussier's death could have been prevented. Had the 7 recommendations provided by Global Rights for Women in 2023 been accepted and implemented into MPD's policy, Allison Lussier's concerns and calls for help would not have been ignored. Had the disgraceful CCPO listened to Allison's family when they first spoke about her case at public comment in August of that year, this after-action review could have begun sooner. It wasn't until the family of Allison Lussier, TCC4J, and community members showed up in packed room at their meeting in February 2025 that the CCPO finally sent a request for this audit to the City Council. The obvious and painful truth in all of this, if MPD and the City of Minneapolis under the Frye administration hadn't had failed Allison, Davis Moturi would not have been shot, and Mariah Samuels would still be alive. Both Allison and Mariah had numerous calls to MPD, went through the proper channels, obtained OFPs, and played a white man's game by his own rules, only to still lose. They lost because the system was never designed or intended to protect them. And it is certainly no surprise or coincidence that the victims and their families that were failed by the police are black and indigenous, the 2 ethnic groups targeted at the highest levels by MPD. MPD has become a blight on our city, always where they shouldn't be and never where they should. One day, they terrorize our communities and brutalize them like a rabid dog. The next day, they leave us to the wolves. If Minneapolis had true oversight and community control of the police, none of this would have happened. If we had the Civilian Police Accountability Commission, we could finally put a leash on the rabid dog that is MPD and keep our communities safe on our own accord.
That's right.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Angel Smith-L, another activist from Twin Cities Coalition for Justice.
My first name is Angel, A-N-G-E-L. Last name is Smith -E-L, S-M-I-T-H-E-L. I just kind of want to respond just to like when they talk about not wanting to invade on the Moturi person's case, his Fifth Amendment rights. Did they think about that when Tekle Sundberg was having a mental health crisis? Instead of like waiting 5, 6 days, 2 hours, 2 years, 3 months, they killed him on spot. I don't feel like that. I feel like there's kind of like this tug and pull of like who deserves to live and who deserves to die. And, you know, it's literally, it seems like white supremacy is very upheld in the MPD. And also, we see from this audit report that we absolutely need community control of the police, because the police cannot do their job correctly. They are not able to police themselves or actually get things correct. You know, we're talking about 2 cases that are high profile, 3 cases, if you count Mariah Samuel's case. Domestic violence is something that I also have dealt with, and also, you know, an assault case, and it took them 10 years to find my assailant, and in the meantime I was being victimized during the whole process. There has to be some changes, and I say that community control is the way to go. And if you want to know more about community control, you should get with TC4J and find out all that information. That's the only way we're going to be able to, like, have oversight over the police and make sure that things get done correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Next, we're going to hear from another community member impacted by domestic violence, and that is going to be Buffy Brown. Come on up, Buffy.
Hi, my name is Buffy Simone, and first I want to say to this beautiful angel here, your life matters. You matter. You were someone before your life was stolen from you, because injustice happens here, but it's everywhere, and we're ignored because of the color of our skin. And it's sad because we're in a world where they say all lives matter. They don't. Because if they mattered, she would matter. My sister would matter. Mariah would matter. Sabrina Lee. All of these angels would have mattered if we lived in a world where they say that all of us matter. My sister Latifah Tashay Brown, say her name. It has been since 2022 that she was murdered. And the monster only got 13 years for the life he stole. That's it. He gets to come home one day. He gets to laugh, he gets to smile, he gets to impregnate someone else and beat on someone else and have that second chance. But Latifah doesn't. She doesn't get to come back. She doesn't get to tell her son, good night, baby, I love you. She doesn't get to protect him from the world that is so ugly that we stand here today talking about we matter. Timar is now 5 years old. He was 1 year old when his mother was murdered. My family has not gotten justice and peace yet. And I'm still fighting for it every day since day one. This beautiful baby boy looks me in my face and he says, where's Mom? I have to tell him that she's in heaven now. And he asks why. And I tell him that I cannot tell you yet. But when you get old enough, I will tell you the story. But for now, I let him be a child. I let him laugh while I share him with the murderer's parents. That is a struggle and a fight all on its own. It's sad because we are up here fighting for those that we lost, that is supposed to matter in this world, in this place, in this state. And we still have not gotten justice and peace for them yet. But it's okay for the judge and the prosecutors and everyone else to sit up here and say, this is what we're doing. But they get to go home to their families, to the ones that they love, to the ones that make them feel great. And at the end of the day, we suffer. We go home to pain, to not be able to see our loved ones again. And we figure out how do we live this life without them. They matter when y'all go home. They matter to us and the people that they left behind. This story, her sister, her cousin's story, they all matter at the end of the day. And I hope one day, after watching this, somebody listens to our stories. Somebody decides to help us and give us the justice and the peace that we deserve. Give that little man his peace. Give this family their peace. Please, we beg of y'all, if we matter to you, give us peace. Give us justice. I'm Buffy Simone. Please don't forget it. That's Latifah Tasha Brown. Please say her name. She matters.
Justice for all stolen lives.
Yes, justice for all stolen lives. We love y'all. Y'all matter.
Thank you, Buffy. Next, we're going to hear from probably the person who's the main reason we're all here today, who's been leading the fight for accountability and for justice for her niece, Allison Lussier's aunt, Jenna Williams. Please give it up for Jenna.
Me, my family, my sisters are all up here behind me. Get close, because I did not do this alone. This was a community movement. I want to make sure that everybody understands the MMIR crisis, what that is, and what's happening here is a movement. It's not about an office. It's not about an organization. It's a movement. And what we just experienced here today, we moved the mountain. We moved a mountain that nobody ever thought we could. I don't know how I feel about it. It's bittersweet. It's not a great feeling. I'm going to read because there's a lot of things that I forget when I get this emotional. Today, the Minneapolis City Auditor released the findings of a year-long audit into the Davis Moturi and Allison Lussier cases where the MPD failed. We are grateful to the Minneapolis City Council for having the foresight to establish checks and balances within a system that, as we now know, has caused real harm to the very people it's meant to protect. I also want to recognize the Auditor Timmerman for his persistence and integrity. Securing cooperation from MPD during this audit was no small task, and that alone speaks volumes. Also, a thank you to Hogan and Adams, the law firm, for being one of the only firms in the whole country that would take on MPD. Understand what I just said. We see and we acknowledge all of you. What we heard today makes one thing clear. These failures are not isolated. They are systemic, and the cost has been measured in lives. Nearly 30 years ago, the Battered Women's Justice Project studied MPD's response to domestic violence. Decades later, Global Rights for Women conducted another review. The findings were nearly identical. 30 years and no meaningful change. How many lives were lost in that time because victims were not taken seriously? Alicia Gomez lost her life after marrying a man with a known history of domestic violence. Allison Lussier's case exposes devastating failures in how abuse was handled. We know it takes, on average, 7 attempts for a victim to leave their abusive partner. 7 times. And yet, the system meant to protect them continues to fail. This is why we are calling for a complete and immediate overhaul of MPD, of the Minneapolis Police Department. Not incremental reform, not another pilot project. We already know what needs to change. For the past 2 years, I fought for justice for Allison, standing outside the government center, marching in the streets, and speaking wherever I could so that her name will not be forgotten. But what about the families who are too afraid to speak up? The ones who don't know where to turn? Because through this fight, I have uncovered dozens of cases, dozens of victims who also deserve justice. And let me be clear, we will continue to push for transparency, for answers, and for charges in Allison's case. Because what this audit revealed today, the gaps, the failures, only reinforces what we have been saying all along. We recognize the importance of this audit, We do not believe, as a family, that the department allowed for a full and truthful examination of Allison's case, just as they have failed to conduct a proper investigation into her murder at the hands of her abuser. Instead, we have seen cover-ups. We have seen leadership protect officers rather than the public. We have seen a system that allows officers to quietly retire with their pensions intact before any real accountability can take place. So I ask, is this leadership? And who is it protecting? Because it's not protecting the victims. It's protecting a broken system and allowing that harm to continue without consequence. This is unacceptable. Today, we are calling for immediate discipline of the remaining officers involved in Allison's case, including the supervisor who called off the crime scene and the officer who failed to act when David Wright threatened Mariah Samuels. Make no mistake, we aren't stopping here today. Discipline needs to happen within this department. Chief O'Hara, this is non-negotiable. Our community is calling on you to show real leadership, not tomorrow, not after another review, today. Today, Chief O'Hara. Because this is not just about one case. This is about a system that has failed too many for far too long, and we are done waiting. Hear us today, because this is where this is going to go. We are talking about every single case that has been failed from the beginning of time, the ones that are going to fail until real change happens. We need this to happen, not in a year down the road. We need this to happen today. Justice for Allison.
Justice for Allison.
Thank you. Thank you for showing up.
It seems like you spent a lot of time pushing this case, and kind of moved in slow motion. What kept you pushing?
I've known my whole life many of my relatives that have gone missing or murdered without full investigations. And my first niece, Ariana Buckanaga, was murdered. And the very moment that I found out that the homicide detective in Ariana's case was the same homicide detective in Allison's case, I knew we were going to have issues. I knew I was going to have an issue. I knew that the case was never going to be solved, nor was it ever going to be investigated. The first one wasn't either. You know, it's kind of ironic. It's ironic that Ariana's case now has charges after 6 years. They've had every bit of evidence for 6 years. It wasn't until the peer pressure, the public pressure of Allison's case did Ariana's case finally get a second look. Ariana Buckanaga, that's where we started, not just Allison Lussier.
And when it comes to, I guess, the amount of time you spent, I mean, I met you when you were trying to look up documents for a case. How much time did you spend in order to go upstairs?
Oh my God, I did meet you then. This is like a second job. This is like a second job. This is, if you guys don't understand what happened here, this is earth-shattering. Have you ever heard of a public apology from a police chief? Nobody has. Not from MPD. I think because of the city council, you know, the murder of George Floyd, that's what has driven the city of Minneapolis also to get justice for Allison, is the murder of George Floyd. So let's keep on speaking his name also.
George Floyd. And were any of the changes that you talked about today things that they could have helped Allison, like the DOA and non-ROI with fast tracking those assignments?
You know, I think what happened, and I think because of Allison's death, the fast tracking of this stuff, yeah, it could have. You know, they're talking about that domestic abuse project and those pilot programs. Make no mistake with this. Was it the first precinct? The first precinct was trained already. They were trained in that 10-step process, and it killed Mariah Samuels. It killed Mariah Samuels. You guys know that, right? So when we're talking about this, these are the conversations that we need to have. Just because there's a 10-step process doesn't mean that that's going to change the system. The policies can change. That's not going to change the officers overnight. You know, a day and a half long class that they take for domestic violence, that's ridiculous. They need to have that again and again. That needs to be mandated year after year. There needs to be full, complete reform of MPD. What happens when Chief O'Hara's gone? What happens? What happens when the next police chief comes in? Where do we go? Do we have to start all over again? You know, the next one can come in and change policies also. We need to put our foot down when it comes to domestic violence across the city of Minneapolis and across the state of Minnesota. You know, there's been people that have been doing this for years, 20 years, that haven't made this much progress in 2. That's where we're at.
What do you think that some of the reasons that they gave for not letting certain officers get interviewed? Were you still pretty upset about however many officers it was that weren't interviewed as part of this investigation?
Well, I've been given different accounts. I've been given different accounts by multiple different sources that I've known it was Sergeant Heyer that had retired. I knew last year that Sergeant Heyer retired before speaking to the internal auditor. I knew that. It didn't come out there today because nobody directly asked that question. But her lead homicide detective was the one that refused to sit with the auditor. You failed Allison Lussier's case. You failed Ariana Buckanaga's case. You failed so many cases prior to this. We know this because our office, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force office, Ariana and Allison were not the only cases that Sergeant Heyer had his hands on. That needs to come out. He failed. And hopefully we start hearing exactly what the gravity of today meant.
Just to follow up on what you just asked, what's your reaction to medical examiner not being able to comment?
Well, I think that's surprising. But do I believe that that can't be corrected? The medical examiner is a separate entity of the department, of the city. You'd think that the city would have had some more recourse to push her or push them to give an interview, or at least a statement. Especially when you've got the chief of police blaming the medical examiner for calling off crime scene. Shame on you. You know what? I have been, and Allison Lussier has been since day one. She has been that ping pong ball between these two cats. You know, that cat and mouse game between Hennepin County Attorney's Office Moriarty and Chief O'Hara. Allison Lussier didn't deserve this. Nobody deserved this today. Nobody deserved what she Allison Lussier Iban, which means she's passed over. And today she can finally go. You guys know what that is, don't you? That means in Ojibwe, we're Anishinaabes. When somebody leaves and they pass over to the next world, they make their journey, you don't state their name without saying Iban afterwards. She can finally start her journey.
questions now that I'm bawling.
It worked. Could you imagine? Well, it doesn't get right. Well, 2:30 is only 40 minutes. It's actually the city person. Where is it? Is it over in the other?
Got that one, the other one, right?
Yeah, good one. It's nice, actually. How do you
not in there straight, which is probably why somebody gave it back. I hardly used to book it, and he gave it to me. So if I set it using the bubble, it's usually not very long.
Just kind of go around.
From how it looks to me, or the one on the tripod itself. The one on the head is the one that's wrong. I hate that too.
There might be another one back there. Let's see what happens and switch it out.
Let's see.
No, I think they're going to take my Here's what you.
That's fine. They never gave me away. But I can also get under downstairs. It's okay as long as I get everything on it. If they make me carry 3 cameras, then I can.
Cards are my
Well, when I asked Jeff Wilkins, guys buy their own cards. I'm not buying them.
yeah, that was the thing. Now Jeff's been buying them.
2 minutes. They look big in the picture.
So you just have 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is there. Just like a lot.
It's a cube, but like that same thing. It's just a wireless transmitter. Yeah, it won't be hard to miss. It's probably the only one city in Wallbox of the size of the computer.
Hi, everybody. Speaking today will be Commissioner Barnett and Chief O'Hara. And then I think I told a couple of you, but I just want to make sure pronunciation is correct. It's Lussier for your audible broadcast stories. So they're going to be coming right in. Everybody all set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want me to open it up, Chief? Sure. Do you want me to make a brief statement? Do you want me to make a brief statement? I can. Yeah. Okay. All right. You ready, Jess?
If you'd like to start.
Sure. First, thanks for being here. I think today we saw the auditor's report where it was thoroughly done. I want to thank the auditor for a thorough report. Hogan and Adams did a great job with the report. I think when you look at the report, you can see that a lot of the recommendations that the auditor made on both cases, our police department, through the leadership of Chief O'Hara, had already started working on those recommendations, and I thought that was really a positive thing from the report. One of the things that I've talked about in the past is that since being here, we really look at 4 key principles of being prepared, responding appropriately, and then recovering when there's been incidents. And then the last one I think is important for today's discussion is that we learn and that we get input from community members, we get input from the auditor's office or staff, we learn for those lessons, and we make improvements. And I really believe that the police department under Chief O'Hara is really making improvements. So I'll leave it at that, Chief, unless you want to say something. Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Davis Moturi and Allison Lussier cases had a profound impact on the families and resulted in understandable public concern about how the department responded over time to these complex and evolving situations. First, those who suffer domestic violence do so where they live. It is a terrifying reality for victims to live through and to live with. Domestic violence cases are often complicated, deeply personal, dangerous, and constantly evolving. Our response and our investigations must reflect that reality, and they must be addressed with urgency. In a similar way, escalating neighbor disputes can leave people feeling trapped in their own homes, living with ongoing fear and uncertainty. No matter the circumstance, those who reach out for help deserve the very best from the City of Minneapolis and our police department. The police department is a learning organization. We continually evaluate our strategies, our practices, and our performance. That is why I was immediately supportive and thankful for this audit and after-action review. There is real value in this level of an independent evaluation as we remain committed to improving the service and protection that we provide for everyone in our community. I want to personally thank City Auditor Robert Timmerman and his dedicated team for the thoroughness and quality of this report. What is important for everyone to understand is that the publication of this report does not mark the beginning of change. Rather, as the report reflects, there's work that's already underway, some of which that has been completed. Some of that work was built into the implementation of the MDHR settlement agreement. Other portions are the result of decisive actions by the police department's leadership to identify and then address gaps in service. For every recommendation within this report that applies to the Minneapolis Police Department, action has already either been taken or is actively in progress. The gaps identified in service, whether in domestic violence cases, escalating disputes, or any situation that directly impacts someone's safety and well-being, demand urgency. We have made significant changes, and additional improvements are ongoing. These efforts are already making a meaningful difference, and we will continue to build upon that progress. We owe it to the people we serve to learn, to improve, and to respond with the seriousness and urgency these situations demand. And that commitment will not change. And we're thankful for the leadership and support of Community Safety Commissioner Barnett, who has been helpful and instrumental to the police department as we try to manage a number of these changes, particularly some of those that involve other departments' entities. And certainly a lot of those changes would not have been possible had it not been for the help and support of Commissioner Barnett. So we thank you. Thank you.
Open it for questions.
Chief O'Hara, how do you make sure these breakdowns, failures in some regard, are continuing and spilling into cases today?
Yeah. So Ben's question was, how do we make sure that the breakdowns and failures do not continue into cases today? I think once folks get a chance to go through the audit report, I think there's a couple things that stand out. One is there was evidence of a lot of dedicated efforts by members of the department to try and intervene and to try and resolve problems. There's another theme that is throughout this, is just the overload of staffing and service demands. As you go through the appendix and our response to specific problems, you'll see a number of things that were addressed. Just briefly talking about some of them, there is a calls for service management special order that I implemented the end of last year that we have seen some remarkable results from, trying to get to emergency scenes faster. We had 1 week, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, where for priority 1 calls in the city, we responded faster than we've had since before George Floyd was murdered, literally. And that's with about 300 fewer officers and no police station for cops in the 3rd precinct. So I think that's pretty significant. Getting to emergencies faster. It's also faster response times for priority 2 non-emergent calls, and that's very significant. The emphasis on accountability and follow-up, adding a lot of these things into the ComStat and MStat management process, particularly around issues with domestic violence. You'll see there's a special order that was issued after Mariah Samuels was murdered, and addressing a lot of issues that overflow in a number of these cases. We're putting out, as the auditor mentioned, statewide alerts in domestic violence cases whenever we possibly can, and that alone has resulted in increased arrests and being able to intervene faster. We've changed some of the protocols for responding to domestic violence as outlined in the report. We've done some initial retraining of the entire department around domestic violence. And in terms of the neighborhood dispute, escalating neighborhood disputes, those cases are monitored now by civilian analysts within the department so that we can identify repeat locations that need to be escalated to the precinct inspector that may otherwise fall through the cracks. And recently, within the last 2 months, I believe the city is now contracted with the NAACP for their neighbor-to-neighbor dispute conflict resolution that they already provide. So that's now contracted with the police department, and we are actively going through developing a process and a protocol to ensure that there's accountability over that as well. So I think there's a lot of that is listed in the report, and going forward, what I need to do as the police chief is to be able to follow up with all of it every week to see where we are. I'm not saying that we'll ultimately be successful in implementing every last recommendation, because I think some of it does depend on trying to identify a technology solution. But we're actively looking at all of it.
Chief, to that end, saying that you have so much of what was recommended was already in motion or is currently being implemented, can you say confidently that none of the errors that were described in this audit are currently being replicated in a case right now?
So Connor's question was, since we have done so much, can I confidently say basically that the same thing wouldn't happen again? I cannot say 100%. I cannot say that we've identified, or the auditor has identified, every possible gap, every possible need to be addressed. I don't think we will ever be there as an organization, which is why we always have to be actively seeking to try and improve, to try and identify gaps where they exist, because situations change, crime change, and people change over time. That's part of the issue that contributed, I believe, in both of these cases. Everyone knows that in the last few years we've lost, of the 900 roughly police officers who were here in 2020, more than 500 of those people don't work here anymore. Think about that, more than half the department. 2/3 of the cops who are in patrol today were hired after 2020. So, I mean, there's an enormous, not just a staffing challenge, but also institutional knowledge, experience that has been lost over time. And at the same time, particularly during these cases, as is evidenced in the report, there was significant challenges around caseload and responding to calls for service. Many more cases than what had been typical in the past. So I think ultimately, to some extent, what had been happening, when you're triaging things, is just the additional time it takes to get to a number of cases. That is less over time. Today we have 643 sworn members of the police department. That's the highest number sworn that it's been in the 3.5 years that I've been police chief, and we're all on track to continue to increase those numbers. So I think things are ultimately going in the right direction, and we're going to continue to monitor it and hold folks accountable. But ultimately, things will never be perfect, and we will always need to be a learning organization that's trying to improve.
Chief, there was a lot of talk in this audit review about the breakdown of communication between yourself and the Henry County Attorney's Office. Can you speak to how that played a role in these two cases and how you want to move forward with that relationship?
Taylor's question was to talk around the communication with the county attorney's office and how we'll move forward. Before I pass it over to the commissioner, I would say that Deputy Chief of Investigations meets with the prosecutor's office every week. That's somebody who works for me directly. There's supervisors in investigations that are in contact with folks every single day. My assistant chief receives calls from the county attorney. She received a call just the other day. I am not aware of how that may have impacted any of these specific cases, because there is ongoing communication. As the report states, of course, I am committed to improving that communication. I have not received any reach out to do that, but the commissioner is the person that's going to be leading that in the future.
So I think it's important that in this situation, for the chief, for the county attorney, who are both willing to meet and talk, that I think it would be beneficial for me to reach out to the county attorney, because I have a professional relationship with her prior to being here. I stated that earlier. I'm going to have my chief of staff reach out to her chief of staff. I will send her an email today, hopefully later after a few things, but that reach out will happen today. And so I'm confident that we'll get something scheduled as soon as both of their busy schedules allow.
Just wondering, based on the report, are you saying the majority of the recommendations here are already something the department's working on, or is there anything in the report that was highlighted for you that you want to specifically work on fixing that would need improvement going forward? And what were some of those things, if any, that it highlighted for you?
So the question was trying to draw a distinction between what we're doing already versus what is new. There's nothing glaring that sticks out offhand that I can think of. I think if you go through the report, you will see where certain things were completed, or certain things were already being implemented versus things that we're starting to research. So that would give you an indication of, maybe this is new. I think, as best I can remember offhand, for example, trying to come up with a technological solution to identify for officers responding to an emergency on the computer information about the location that they're going to. Yes, that's something that I want, but and there's many ways that can be done. But in the specific context of how it was described in the report, I think is something that's different from how we had been thinking about it. I would think about it in terms of, for example, an officer, I am pushing response times, as you'll see, and holding people accountable for getting to emergencies faster. It would take more time if an officer, before responding to a call, had to try and work through a computer to look up historical information and read it before they can then drive to the call. So I think that's an example where we're that is a different way of looking at it, that we're trying to identify technology to see if we can fix that problem.
Chief, you talk about some of the training recommendations that are in there, sort of making sure the recruits know some of these rules. Obviously, I don't think they're expected to be fully knowledgeable on every single law that's on the books, right? But some of these ones that are specifically mentioned in those recommendations. You talk about implementation of that training to make sure that happens going forward.
Yep. So the question was about implementing training that's recommended in the report. I think the training is very thorough when officers first begin their careers. I think the issue that the report identifies is different places where ongoing education could be valuable. Laws change over time. Certain laws are not used quite frequently, that kind of thing. Different procedures change. So while we did an initial refresher for the whole department very quickly last year, we're being very thoughtful and intentional about including a number of these recommendations in the annual training plan that's planned out a year in advance. The department administered, I think, about 20,000 hours of training last year. There's a lot of that is new training that's a part of the MDHR settlement agreement, and it is a demand on the department to be able to carry out all this training. It needs to be well thought out. Anything that touches upon the settlement agreement, consent decree, needs to be vetted through the monitor and MDHR before we implement it. So I think it's process improvement that's welcome because it's identifying other training needs.
Chief, in Ms. Lussier's case, why is the delay in obtaining the medical examiner's report? And is her case currently being investigated as a homicide?
So Connor's question was, why not get the ME's report, and is it a homicide? So Ms. Lussier's case was submitted to the county attorney's office for consideration of murder charges in June of 2024. The case remains there. I know members of the county attorney's office have done extensive work on the case since then. And our investigators, after meeting with the family, have other things that they are doing now. So the case was presented for murder in June of 2024, and it remains an open and active homicide investigation. Was there a second part on this? The ME's report, I'm sorry. So the question about the ME's report, it is normal, typical in a murder investigation that there will be a verbal consultation with the medical examiner in a homicide investigation. It is not typical for members of the department to speak on the medical examiner's report with medical terminology that they are not typically trained on. So as in this case was presented for consideration of murder charges in June of 2024.
Chief, in one part in the report, or what the auditor was talking about, was one of the cases involving Lussier from July of 2022, when it was, I believe he said it was the gun on arrival case where it was assigned like a rush warrant, and then that he wasn't, or that charges were never forwarded to the county attorney. Are there part of the policies that have been implemented or are being worked on could that have prevented something like that of maybe making the charges be submitted in that case?
Yeah, so Louis' question, if I heard you correctly, was there was a gun on arrival case in 22. that you're saying was delayed, not that it was not submitted at all, but it
That's
was
what he said. I thought he
delayed.
said the words, it wasn't ever submitted for charging consideration.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember the exact circumstance.
Okay.
I know the case that you're talking about. But what I can tell you is this: from the recommendations, as far as the recommendations are concerned, one, every case will be submitted regardless of the victim's cooperation. I think that's ultimately one of the issues that the auditor had identified. And two, any time that the county prosecutor's office says this is a rush warrant, the case shall be assigned immediately. And I think from my understanding of what's in the report, some level of workload may have prevented that. I'm not sure if it's conclusive, but in terms of addressing the problem, those two things, I believe, address those issues.
And are implemented?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
One other thing I was wondering was just, would you be willing to share after the meeting, Jana told us that you had apologized and acknowledged that there were some missteps.
Yep.
Would you agree with that, or what?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Or anything else you would say about why you wanted to speak with?
So Lou is asking about meeting with Allison Lussier's family. I had, my understanding was I thought I might have an opportunity to do that during the audit process, and then it became clear to me that the family was willing to meet with me, and so we made that arrangement, and it happened.
I just meant just a brief conversation after the thing.
We intend to meet again in the future.
Okay.
Yep.
There was mention of 22 officers, I believe, that took issue with how domestic violence calls were handled. What do you want to say to the public about how you've made reforms and how officers handle those situations, just to ensure that situations like these cases don't happen again?
Taylor, I'm sorry, I don't know the first part. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is it
In the
22
report, there was
officers?
mention of officers who took issue with how domestic calls were handled. It was part of the discussion in the meeting today. Even if you're not responding specifically to that, just assuring the public that there has been some sort of reform around how domestic calls are handled.
Yes. So Taylor's question that I can address is how we're changing how the department responds to that and ensuring that there's urgency to domestic violence in particular. So there are more investigators today. There's still not enough because there's staffing shortage, but there's more investigators today in domestic assault, the domestic assault unit, than there had been at the time of this incident. In addition to that, to try and alleviate the caseload and the backlog, particularly of these GOA, gone on arrival cases, we are signing out some of those cases each week to property crimes investigators to try and decrease the time period where it gets assigned to an investigator. There are 3 community navigators in the police department that do reach out specifically for domestic violence victims after the fact and try and help connect with services, as well as folks in the county who are reaching out to these services. We did immediately, after Mariah Samuel's death, order the whole department to be retrained in some domestic violence procedures. The special order that's an appendix in one of the appendices around domestic violence response lays out a number of changes that I have made that's separate from responding to emergency calls faster, which is also part of the issue in domestic violence, getting there faster while the suspect's on scene so you can make an arrest. You'll see the changes as far as response time, the improvement there, and you'll see a list of things that I have ordered that I believe are producing results. Just ensuring that we have statewide alerts whenever we possibly can. I know because I read the reports every day, I know we've had a number of domestic violence suspects that have a few hours later or maybe the next day have been arrested in a different municipality because they've left the city. But for that process, we have made more arrests, we have responded more urgently. Overall, there are fewer cases pending on average each week that are gone on arrival cases. So it's a process that's improving, but still needs more resources assigned.
Chief, I think it's important to talk about the license plate reader. How we change that for the alerts. I think that's important.
One other thing,
Do enough for domestic
but still needs more resources assigned.
Chief, I think it's important to talk about the license plate reader. How we change that for the alerts. I think that's important.
One other thing,
Do we do enough for domestic though? Okay, I don't know if we're doing enough for domestic.
but still needs more resources assigned.
Chief, I think it's important to talk about the license plate reader. How we change that for the alerts. I think that's important.
One other thing,